Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How's it going, Thin White Duke? Good morning. Lemon, I played through a fair chunk of this game, but then BG3 came out, so I didn't finish it. Now it's hard for me to go back to the real-time with pausing combat, even though I really like the game. Yeah, the combat is probably the worst part about Pillars of Eternity, if I'm being honest. We'll swap the screen over in a second here. Gotta change everything back to Pillars. It's been like 2 weeks. We got that. How's it going, Sterling? King yourself. Need you to stream more the next couple months. Help me during busy season. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, game captured. That would be it. I need everyone to know for the record that I absolutely destroyed Dareloth in Test Legends, won every game when we played, and he called me the king of Test Legends. He was that impressed. Yeah, you know, just hit my desk on accident. You know, that is all verifiably true and real. How's it going, Imperial Knowledge? Yeah, last we left off, guys, in this game, we were doing a lot. I think we had a long stream before this one. Also, let me know if you can hear everything okay. I think I had master volume at 60 before, but if it needs to go down, like higher or lower, you know, just let me know.
Surprise traveling with you, Haravius.
Oh.
Nice of you to say that. I was on the road alone for years, and I'm happy to have company for a change.
My part of the country has a saying about Orlans. Face of skin, let him in. Face of hair, best beware. But you're more like a skin-faced Orlan.
Are you fucking kidding me? Well, my tribe has a saying, head of brunette, they're all set. Head of blonde says everything wrong.
Wait, was that bad? I meant it as a compliment.
Oh boy, that's one of my favorite lines of dialogue in the game. Totally did not lose every match except for one in which I failed the words. I did not use my own deck. You know, building decks is hard. Playing Legends is hard. But, I mean, you totally did beat me in every single game, so it doesn't matter, you know. I guess we managed to misplace about 5 hours of footage for the Dark Brotherhood Master. Oh, that sucks, man. Do you still have the footage on, like, Twitch? At least, that you can get a VOD from? That really blows, dude. I'm sorry to hear. Had that happen to me a few times. Okay, I gotta remember how to play this game again. So we were gonna do some side quests, because we're actually pretty low level. I think I was on the hunt for some XP, and we made it to 5th level. Max level in this game, I believe, is 16. So we're gonna want to be prioritizing that. There's some small quests we can do in the sewers, and I think the entrance is down over here. Yep. Stop saving VODs on Twitch since you started recording locally, because that's much more secure. Yeah. Yeah, in theory it is. It's nice to have a backlog of everything, though. That is another thing that I like about streaming on YouTube, is I can just, like, I just have the VOD then right on the channel. Don't have to worry about it. As you approach the dead man, you can feel the faint traces of his soul lingering, a stunned uncertainty holding it in place. When you near, without warning, the soul hurries toward you, as though you were a solitary light in the dark gloom of this place come to usher it away. Its essence invades your consciousness. You are in a different body now, walking deeper into the catacombs, cloaked in a dark robe with a mask pulled over your face. You're following a familiar path along a canal, heading to a room built around a statue of a figure wearing a robe much like yours. Others await, clothed in hoods and shadows. Ahead is another figure dressed like you, traveling in the same direction. You don't know his name, and that's how it's supposed to be. Out of the darkness, something monstrous grabs the other figure. You turn to flee, but find yourself face to face with a troll. The panic pounding through your brain is interrupted by razor-edged teeth and claws. You snap yourself out of the dead man's memory. The corpse lies on the damp and grimy ground. His hood and mask are missing, and his clothes are shredded. Well, that sucks for him.
On the hunt.
I like the music of this game on its own, but it repeats so much in this game I had to turn it off to save my sanity. That's fair. This game has like a 30-minute soundtrack. It's It's good music, but yeah, it is.
That's it.
It's not the best to listen to over and over and over and over again. Everybody should be attacking this. Grieving Mother with the rifle is just insane. Like, I feel like I don't even have to do anything a whole lot of the time. I can just sit back and attack. It's the bizarre thing. You have no idea where it is. You have recordings for every stream during the time period where it would have happened. Thinking OBS messed up and didn't record it.
I'm here.
Wouldn't be the first time that OBS is known to screw something up here and there, though, right?
I'm here.
I think this is...
Light, flame, and sound.
Yeah, every once in a while there's these rooms in this game where it's like a catacomb or something, and it's filled with names of people who backed the game on Kickstarter.
Yeah!
Oh, shit. Hold on. We don't want to get in this fight. There's the troll. Okay. Let's attack the black oops. We probably want a dare to come over here. Get the lesser one.
My mind feels sharp as steel.
And now that I learned that Harabius can wild shape every single combat, we just get that out of the way. And then we'll swap everybody this way.
I'm here.
I'll go forth and engage him. And then we'll be good.
Yeah!
So many famous people here at once. True. We'd all be recognized instantly. Pain Link. I really like Pain Link, but I don't have enough focus for it. I guess. I thought I did. How does this one work? Mentally links nearby enemies to the target. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, we do that. Yeah. How's it going, Drad? Also, yeah, hello, Ilya. Generally the best recording software, annoying that OBS sometimes gains sentience, decides to spite me. Too many videos all at once, you know? Too much content produced. You were overworking OBS, dude. It was trying to strike back against its master. Oh, I meant to save there. These spore enemies are so obnoxious. Honestly, we're gonna lure them out this way. Yeah, look at that. The benefit of, like, knowing what's about to come out behind the corner. It's extremely valuable. Okay. We can dominate the troll. That'd be helpful. There we go.
How bad?
Dareloth could really be a little bit more useful here. I think we're just gonna do the fireball again because it's funny. Dude, the noises these make too. It's crazy. Oh, Grieving Mother died. No, that's okay. Did Harabius please get up? Jesus Christ, Dareloth,
Yes.
do something, bro. God damn. Okay. Oh, we have Pillar of Faith now. That is such a fun spell. Okay. What's your favorite class race combo? I haven't played a whole lot of this game in terms of, like, multiple playthroughs. I've only done 2 full-on playthroughs of this game before. But I had a lot of fun with my Nature Godlike Monk. That was a super fun playthrough. How's it going, Faust? OBS doesn't have to play against 100 card Telvanni 30 hours a week. Oh, legends. You know, there's there's one good side of Legends going offline is you never have to play against Telvanni ever again.
Not a sound.
Like the Priest of Skane with the Apprentice sneak skill. See, I've tried playing rogues before. Like, I tried playing with the Devil of Karak before, and I just did not understand it at the time. I'm sure I'd be better at it now, but, like, I didn't understand how sneak attacks worked. So, that shit was really rough. The dank spore. Hell yeah. Been saying this a lot lately. If Legends was a horse, it would have been shot a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, it would have been shot 5 years ago.
Keep to ourselves.
That's embarrassing.
Okay. I'm planning on competing in the tournament. I kind of want to, but I also don't want to add more to think about on the day. I was really thinking about competing, but like I would just play decks that everyone's seen me play before. Oh wow, the game is really loud in combat, isn't it? Hold on. Turn the effects down a little bit. Keep the voices high, but damn, that is loud.
That's not very helpful.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, but like I would just play like Ulfric's Covenant, I'd play my Dagoth deck, I'd play probably Singleton Sorcerer, and then
I'm here.
I might play Corrupt Crusader or something like that. I just play stuff that people have seen already, so like I don't know.
At once.
Actually need to try to complete this game one day. Oh, you've never completed it before? This game's got a really, really good story.
Not a sound.
Oh, another dank spore. Forgot about that.
That's it!
God damn it, Adair. Fight the spore. It's too dank. It's too dank to be left alive. There we go. So the way that, like, killing stuff gains you XP in this game is you fill out your bestiary, and then once you get that filled out, you don't really get any more XP. Assuming I'm pretty interested in Avowed, then yeah, I'm super, super hyped for Avowed.
Stay out of sight.
I think Avowed has the potential to be a fantastic story, but, like, the more that I've looked into it, the less hyped I'm getting for it. Is Grieving Mother in the front? Well, that would explain it. God damn it. That would explain why my group is making no sense. Yeah, Avowed, like,
I'm here.
I don't know.
Together.
It still looks good to me, but like it does kind of.
My mind feels sharp as
It has that
That's not very helpful.
worry for me. I don't know, because it's another RPG being released by Microsoft. So like,
I'd be glad
you know, we all know how Starfield turned out. So I'm hoping that they didn't rush Avowed. And I'm someone, I liked the Outer Worlds too. I know a lot of people didn't. I think Obsidian's never made like a bad game. I think at best you could say that, or at worst you could say that the Outer Worlds is mid. But I don't really think that Obsidian makes bad games. So I'm really hopeful for Avowed.
What you ask is done.
But cautious optimism, I think, is the way to go. Moonlight Monk was trying to do a hardcore run, was very slow. Could imagine. When is the Elden Ring playthrough? I actually do want to do an Elden Ring playthrough. I actually did one on Twitch a while ago, and then I never uploaded it.
Don't even slowing it.
Oh, shit.
How may I help?
I do kind of like just playing this game on a normal difficulty. I don't really have to think too much about it. Durance, please do that. Oh, I'm so dead. Yeah.
I'm here.
I also forgot that I'm a priest too. Remember the Elden Ring playthrough? Yeah, that was back in June. But yeah, I never actually wound up uploading that anywhere. So I might do it again. Okay, we actually do need to rest now. Just praying for Frogger returns again myself. Yeah, that's all that we really need. Oh, we actually get a Durance cutscene, finally. You awake to see Durance, his staff held in both of his hands before him. A flame flickers at its top end, casting long shadows across his face as he stares in contemplation. Still, for all the light of the fire, your eyes can't focus on him. Perhaps it is awakening from sleep, or a trick of the light, but he seems indistinct, blurred around the edges, everything except for the staff. the staff. He seems to be studying its engravings. As you watch, the engravings glow thinly red, like through the cracks of heat-suffused wood. The lines stream like molten metal, burning along the edges of his staff, then branch out in an intricate series of fiery veins, bunching thickly where his hands clutch the wood, pulsing as if a heartbeat. As you watch, the veins spiral into a dozen separate circles, circles that spiral again until they are arranged in a circle of their own. They pulse, wait, and all is strangely silent. And then suddenly, there's a great light from the fire, a rushing of air, a great flash, and you awaken again to see Durrance in the same place, still holding his staff. But he is solid, real. He doesn't seem to have noticed you, or reacted to what occurred. Well, let's talk with Durrance.
Absolutely.
Thought I felt your eyes on me. Now come the words.
I had questions I wanted to ask you.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Only 4 companions lowered my avowed hype a lot, especially since none of them seem super interesting. Still looking forward to it, though. Yeah, the companion system, has got me a little bit worried, and then I've heard a few times back and forth that there's only going to be 2 playable races. You can only be an elf or a human, and that's so disappointing to me if that's true. I just want to play a godlike, dude. That's all I really want. Even an Orlin would be interesting, or an Almawa, but if I can just play as a human or an elf, that kind of sucks. I'd hope I could at least play as a pale elf, because those are cool. But yeah, I don't know. Avowed seems to have some things in it where I'm a little bit curious about how they're going to play. I saw something strange. You were sitting by the fire, and I saw a great light from your staff.
Tell me what you saw.
Durrance is silent, staring at you, locking gazes. It was a flash like an explosion, a rushing of air, incredibly bright.
It is the light of the Godhammer you saw.
The Godhammer?
It was a weapon of Deerwood's people, a symbol of their independence. It saved the Deerwood.
What do you know about it?
It brought the Saints' War to an end, knocked a god from his perch. There are few that would deny Eothas overstepped. The Godhammer reminded Eothas of it.
Durrance's voice remains low, steady, as if repeating something he said many times before, either out loud or to himself. Durrance's face becomes stone.
You saw its light because I helped shape it, give it life, and release it into the world. Once seen, its glory is almost too bright to be believed, and too bright to be forgotten.
You helped build the Godhammer?
There were 12 of us. We fashioned the weapon, drafted plans for it, prayed for guidance at Ashfall, and it came to me there. Each of us were given a staff made from the forest of black trees around us, glowing with embers and fire far greater than this branch you see now. It felt as if the staff was Margaren's own finger, guiding my hand, guiding the other 11, the shadows of the 12 who would come to stand on the bridge to stop Eothas.
Shadows of the 12?
Even in that stand, there was a ritual to it. For the 12 that stood on the bridge, there were a dozen shadows cast, a dozen faithful of Margaren, her fiercest supporters and shapers of the Godhammer.
So if someone, or if anyone here didn't catch the first few streams, just to catch you guys up on the politics of Eora, there was this god named Eothas, 30-some years ago, probably less than that actually, 10 years ago, in world, and he inhabited this guy as an avatar, or at least it's assumed that he inhabited this guy as an avatar named Widewin, and he started warring against the people of the Deerwood here, and they blew him up with basically a bomb. And so Durrance is admitting here that he was one of the 12 people that blew up Eothas on the Evondur Bridge. This game's so fun. I played as a Death Godlike. Yeah, Death Godlike was my first playthrough too. I played a Death Godlike Cypher. Imagine if someone threw the hammer and the hammer fell. Durance rests the staff in front of him, and the flame atop it curls for a moment. The light flaring slightly, it splits into a ring of flames, one after the other, until a dozen is met.
As 12 held Aethys fast, we 12 unleashed our prayers and let the Godhammer fall.
Then it blossoms brightly, once, and resumes its candle intensity. In the aftermath, the shadows seem sharper in the vicinity, as if they have edges, and you blink to clear your vision. Durance is still staring at the tiny candle-like flame, intently.
Shadows cast by the fire of the Godhammer, perhaps. And we shared their fate as well in time. Now the spine of the Deerwood is marked by the Godhammer, marked by Magrin.
And Magrin is his goddess. She's the goddess of fire, trials, and like warfare. What do you mean by shared their fates?
Not all deaths come with stilled breath and stilled heart, or other stilled passions beneath the waste. Some deaths come from silence.
Durance grunts, adjusts the cord of his robe.
The connection we once shared with Magrin. After the light of the Godhammer, it was not the same. It was as if we'd lost our senses, and sense of purpose as well. Instead of victory, being welcomed, there was silence, within and without. Not many can claim to have killed a god. It is less a heroic tale than you would think. And such a death, it changed our faith. All faiths, I expect. Doubt followed, and the world changed. I do not believe Magrin was pleased by what we had done.
Okay, see you, Imperial Knowledge. Good seeing you, man. Why was she not pleased?
The world is broken, the wheel stilled. There is sickness in the world's heart, perhaps the price of crossing a god.
Durance scratches at his pox scar, then stops and withdraws his hand, studying it, frowning.
Crossing two gods. Even as Magrin shaped our hands, perhaps we carried her will farther than was allowed. Just as Widewind did. Saint Widewind. Mortal arrogance to match mortal arrogance. Yet if the world had changed, then I sought to change with it. If I had forgotten some of Magrin's teachings, I would find them again. I would make her see me again.
Okay, so to summarize what he said, because it's kind of a little bit misty here and there, basically, him and 11 other people that were priests of Magrin got together, they were guided by her hand, they built this weapon to blow up, air quotes, Saint Widewind, who people believed was the avatar of the god Aethys. It's kind of unconfirmed whether or not he was. But they blew him up. As soon as the Godhammer fell, this bomb, the connection that Durance had with Magrin was cut off. So what he said here, if the world had changed, then I sought to change with it. If I had forgotten some of Magrin's teachings, I would find them again. I would make her see me again. So he's basically kind of cut off from his goddess a little bit. He doesn't hear her voice anymore. She doesn't speak to him. And he's doing everything in his power to try to basically win back her favor. Okay, what did you do?
I remembered Magrin's teachings. How reminders on the flesh were more important than the death of a vessel. And I wondered if killing Aethys, if that had simply set him free. Had it allowed him to escape his punishment and be taken on the wheel? Like a mortal?
There's a lot of lore to explain here. Essentially, the wheel is this mechanism in Aora that recycles souls. So when you die in Aora, your soul it kind of lingers for a little bit, and then it's put into this mechanism called the wheel, which the god Bareth is kind of in charge of. The wheel shifts out new souls and recycles old ones. So what Durance is suggesting here is, like, if Aethys was inside of Widewind, if Aethys was inhabiting Widewind's body, who was a man, and he died, did Aethys' soul, instead of, I don't know, going back into Aethys, did it return to the wheel instead, and maybe is Aethys, in some sense, reincarnated, perhaps, or going through the process of reincarnation. Very, very interesting conversation here.
As I stepped from the now blessed Godhammer Bridge, I thought of Ashfall. I thought of the War of Black Trees, wondered if I needed to be burned to find myself again. That is Margaret at her heart. At least that is my hope. These are the doubts that befall me.
Yeah, they blew him up. What happened when you returned to Ashfall?
The road to Ashfall is long, gives one time to think. And if you think long enough, you do not go home. I left without telling anyone, with only the robes I wore at Halgot, my staff, and my name, which is long buried.
Yeah, again, if anyone wasn't there for the first stream, Durance is not his name. This is a name that he calls himself, but it's not his name. Also, Halgot Citadel is where Aethys was blown up, or where Widewind was blown up. Specifically on the Evon-Dewar Bridge at Halgot Citadel.
Of my fellow 11 craftsmen, disciples, I know not what happened to them, if they suffered the same doubt as I did. But it was underserved. It was wrong. We had done all that Hor had asked. Grab victory from defeat and
You feel as if your god has betrayed you.
there is something about being used and cast aside. Perhaps Widewen himself felt it. There at the end, when the hammer struck. To be the proof that your god is hollow as the vessel it inhabits. I tried to find purpose, and avoided all contact with other Magranic priests. Did not seek the walls of Ashfall, and sought to make amends to my god through actions. I joined with the Purges for a time, and not long after came the first signs of the Hollowborn. So many crimes, trespasses, violations. The Salvation. Animancers were another sickness born of the Saints' War. A relapse of innovation, of desperation to heal what we had caused. All seemed worse than before the bridge, not better. And as years passed, the world became even worse still for the victory.
I'm going to say it doesn't sound like your goddess will ever forgive you. Sweat collects in the sooty creases of his forehead and runs down his ruddy cheeks. It drips from the tip of his nose. His mouth moves, but his utterances make no sound. He is, for once, at a loss. Feeling your gaze, he quickly composes himself, wiping his forehead with the back of a dirty hand.
Huh? Worship the whims of some fickle bitch, and you'll never be more than dirt beneath her feet. Worship what she worships, on the other hand. Take her fire for your own, and her esteem comes on its own. Of course, by that time you no longer need it. Trial and transformation, sure as Durance taught.
Durance glares at you, and staring into his eyes gives you the feeling of peering over the edge of a great cliff.
You think to put the coals to my feet, but what's burned once will never burn again. These talks are your trial, Watcher. You cannot deflect the truth to one who has already been purified by it.
Sure, that doesn't sound like religious dogma at all. I'm praying to God it's a test trailer during the live. It's not going to be. I'm pretty certain it's not going to be. It would be cool if it was, but I don't think so. It might, at the very least, be the Oblivion trailer, but I'm not holding my breath for it. Tell me what happened on the bridge. Oh, I gotta do my Durance voice, okay.
We chose the bridge because we could control it.
Durance's hands tighten at the top of his staff, as if holding it by the neck.
It was a place where we could choke Aethys in his own footsteps, where we knew his feet would fall. A narrow neck of stone. But it was more than that. It was a spine of the deerwood, symbolic of its backbone. Such symbols are important in the construction of a weapon. Any weapon.
Durance's face hardens and his eyes burn, his eyebrows narrowing.
I suspect Aethys knew that as well, and so did his vessel, in its arrogance.
His hands tighten on the staff.
He intended to walk upon the bridge as if walking on the backs of the deerwood. And we intended to burn him with the light of our faith, and his. 12 on the bridge, 12 in the shadow, and gave ourselves to it.
Gave yourselves to it?
We put much of ourselves into the Godhammer. Such a device is not simply a machine. There are elements of the spirit in it. Even Widewind's spirit.
I've played these games before. Yeah, I know. With the Oblivion remake, I mean, I'm excited to see it again, but yeah, it is kind of like... Even with Sky Oblivion, I'm a little bit like... I mean, it'll be cool to re-experience it, but, you know, it's a game I played before at the end of the day. Elements of the spirit?
Each of the 12 who brought the Godhammer forth would have done anything to save the Deerwood, save its people. It is why we were chosen. Each of us hated this pretender. That rage, that spirit, that rebellion went into our work, and went into studying him as well.
Widewind? Why?
We all studied Widewind. He was our enemy, and he had provided the flesh the god wore as a cloak. That flesh made him vulnerable. I knew what fields his hands had tilled, his family, what he had harvested, where he had been born. We sought to know him, what had led him to fight us.
For a minute, I thought that voice acting was coming from the game. Well, thank you. I mean, it is now. This is the real Durance.
You don't kill the god. You kill the man it inhabits. And you leave that man a ruin. Burn him to ash. The weapon was meant to not only burn his flesh, but it would burn his soul. And it did. At the cost of our own. And at the cost of our goddess's favor. That whore be damned.
Sounds as if you fell victim to your own weapon.
Perhaps your eyes were blinded by the truth of the Godhammer, Watcher. I feel half a man at times, but even that is twice that of most others.
I love that quote right there. So good. Oops. There we go.
If you fear for my spirit, your fears are baseless. The Godhammer, seeing its light, only fueled my anger. Made me stronger, made me re-examine the teachings of Margaret, put them in a new light.
Couldn't tell the difference? Well, thank you. It looked as if there was only part of you, as if your spirit had been sheared in half.
I do not need you to cast any more questions on me, Watcher. Nor did I ask you to look upon me without my leave. Get gone, and leave me be.
It'd be funny if Durance just, like, left the party right there. He's just like,
I'm here.
And what does the flame reveal? Ha! No!
Okay, we should be able to take one skeleton, surely. Yeah, you can talk now that Durance chewed me off, yeah. I know, it's a long dialogue. That is one thing with choosing to stream this game, too, is it's like, there's so much time where it's like, we're all just kind of listening to what the other characters are saying and stuff.
Silent as my feet.
But I think it's a story worth listening to, so... Unfortunately, even though I had Steam Cloud on, my Path of the Damned playthrough got nuked, and I was literally one quest plus the final sequence from finishing. Oh, man. Were you were doing, like, one of the Gods quests, I'd imagine? In Twin Elms? Alright, there's this guy. This small Orlan man appears to have pulled together some crates and scraps of cloth to make a rather sorry-looking little camp. The thick fur on his limbs is matted and his clothing smeared with blackening grime. He looks startled as you enter, his eyes widening in alarm.
Good day, stranger.
After a moment, however, he smiles weakly. Hello there. Wasn't expecting any visitors down in these parts. He glances around the dim room. What are you doing down here? Eorn grimaces. I've been a little down on my luck lately. Didn't have anywhere to stay, so I thought I'd come down here. Nobody pokes around in the catacombs much. Not until you, anyway. A sad tale, but not the whole story, I think. What are you hiding? The Orlan looks away, clearly agitated. I'm just trying to get by. There's nothing else to it. And if that isn't to your liking, then there's a whole lot of catacombs out there for you to have all to yourself. I think Aethys favors benevolent and honest, so we're going to say, if you tell me, perhaps I can help. Eorn opens his mouth to snap something, his hands balled into fists, but he thinks better of it. He shakes his head slowly, expression resigned. Eorn sighs heavily. Very well. It's true. I've been hiding from the knights down here, but it isn't what you think. He ducks his head. It was an accident. It's been hard for me here in Defiance Bay. I suppose I thought if I got involved in city business, if I made the right friends, it would get easier in time. And it did, really. I made a name for myself, a place. People actually listen to me when I talk. Well, they used to. People can get very passionate about these things. We were discussing, I think it was shipping agreements, of all the things to fight over. But this one night, this man, he got very angry. I think maybe he had a little too much at the inn. Eorn pauses, and I guess he didn't like an Orlan talking back at him. I struck him. He came towards me, and I hit him, and he went over like a tree. I guess he struck his head on the way down. Eorn lowers his gaze and shrugs helplessly. Turns out he was a knight. The Crucible Knights won't care how it happened. They just want me gone. They won't let me live long enough to see the rope. Please. He looks at you with a pleading expression. I just want to get out of this city. The second I can get money for passage, I won't trouble anyone again. I swear it. I'll live quietly, but you can't... Please, you can't tell them I'm here. Well, here, this should be enough to buy your passage out of Defiance Bay. Eorn stares at you in disbelief. But this is... His face twists as he struggles for words. They said you were a kind soul, but I wouldn't have imagined. This will see me out of the city, and well away. I'm not sure I could ever thank you enough. But here, take this. I hope it's some use to you on your journey. You have my lasting gratitude, friend. I should get ready. Alright, peace out, Eorn. Let's see. Is it still tabbed to highlight stuff? Yes, it is. I could go straight to Theos at that point. I just wanted to also go into that Vithrak colony under Stalwart. Oh, in the DLC? Right? Ooh, crit multiplier bonus. That's going on Grieving Mother. It should be pretty good. Also, in Avowed, your character will be a godlike of an unknown deity. Really?
I'm here.
See, from the gameplay trailer, though, it looked like you were just some human. Like, at least the gameplay trailer that I saw, it looked like somebody was just playing as a human. Maybe that's an option to do, I don't know. But I feel like playing as a godlike of an unknown deity without having, like, a weird... Is even a skill tree for that? Huh. I mean, that's cool. It's a cool idea. It was in some later showcases? Okay. So I guess that's going to have... Okay, you will have visual differences. That's good.
I'm here.
Maybe for the gameplay trailer, then, they just, like, didn't want to show off that part of the game. I swear to God, we killed this ooze already. Was that further down? That was way back there. Okay.
That's it!
At once.
The godlike are just such a cool concept. I would hate to see it go to waste, you know?
Not a sound.
Getting confused.
Do your eyes see what mine see?
Yes, ma'am. Fine male armor.
I'm here.
Human or elf, and no idea if pale elf are included. Man, see, the pale elf are the only ones that I find interesting. Even though there's only like 2 elves, but still. I don't really find the normal wood elves to be all that compelling. Like, the Elder Scrolls wood elves are far more interesting to me than
Just not so often.
the Pillars elves. I did hear somewhere that they
shall see
wanted
nothing while I see much.
they wanted in Pillars to have like no
What you
typical
ask is
fantasy
done.
races. I don't know if that's true or not, but you can kind of see that with like the Orlan and the Almawa, how they have their unique races present in the game. But then you have like the Shuin races like dwarves and elves. But they were pushed into making like elves and dwarves part of their mythology just to appeal to like, you know, regular gamers who wouldn't want to play as a weird blue avatar guy or a I don't know, a furry little short guy. We'll give this to Dareloth. Oh wait, he's already got something. I'll still give it to him. Yeah, hairy gnome. That's a good way to put... I was trying to figure out like a way to describe Orlans. I also really like that when you click on Grieving Mother, you hear just the chimes. Her birthing chimes.
Secrets whisper here. I shall listen for them.
I guess not that time, but sometimes you hear it.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
I'm here.
There's an ooze. Very inspired by Genasi from D&D. The Orlans? Or the godlike? Godlike I could definitely see. I'd assume that's what you were talking about.
I shall listen for them.
Okay, this is another benefit of having played this game before. I'm pretty certain there's like a billion traps down here. Yeah, the godlike. Okay, it's the other side that's full of traps then. We also just finished something, it looks like. Oh, finished in 20 minutes. Okay. Well, never mind. Didn't see any traps, so we'll bring everyone else up. Also, somebody asked, Aqua asked earlier, I don't know if they're still here, but we're about like halfway through the game. Once we get some better gear, the fights will start going a little bit more smoothly, and then we should be able to get out of Act 2 pretty quickly.
I'm here.
Okay, where... Adair, why are you way back there, bro? One of my biggest complaints with this game is that characters block each other. Just let my man move in.
Need something?
Aravius, come on.
That's it!
Not even slowing it down!
I'm here.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet. I shall end this.
Not even slowing it down!
On the hunt.
Absolutely.
Didn't realize I was putting all this in my inventory the whole time. Have you thought what you will multi-class into in Deadfire if you're going to? I don't really know what multi-classes well with Cleric, to be honest, or Priest, I guess. I was thinking it'd be fun to do another support type of class, like either potentially Paladin, which I guess would be more going into like tanking again, or Chanter, I thought could be kind of fun. I think it's weird how early you can get some bound gear. I actually don't know where to find any
I'm here.
early game.
Yes?
I guess you can buy stuff from the guy in Onslaugh's Compass, can't you?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed. They shall see nothing while I see much.
Oh, I was reading chat. And I stepped on that.
Thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Chanter is almost always a good idea. Yeah, I thought Chanter could be fun.
I'm here.
Plus, there's not a Chanter really in Deadfire. I mean, you can get, like, what's his name? Seraphim? Is that his name? Can't
Your
you
thoughts must
multi-class
flow
him
deeply indeed.
into a Chanter? There we go. Okay, we'll purchase the west curtain wall.
Something here calls to me.
Takehu and Constantin could both be full chanters. Yeah, see, I don't really want Constantin in my party. I want, like, you know, the real sorry, Constantin, but I want the real companions instead of, like, the side ones. Okay, they should
I'm here.
follow. I actually never played with Takehu. I've heard that he's a really good companion too. I should play with him on the next one. Sidekicks really only have content and DLCs. Yeah, exactly. Because Constantin is yeah, Constantin Humiliation. He's for Seeker Slayer Survivor, right? I always thought it was sad that the Rimmergund companion doesn't really have anything to say. Takehu's probably your favorite companion in Deadfire. Yeah, I just didn't really like the druid thing. I guess I could just have him as a chanter, though, but then that would make my multi-classing weird. I definitely don't... I'll tell you who I don't want to have in my party is Pallegina. Pallegina is a liquid ass in that game. Its haggard visage is a labyrinth of wrinkles. Oh, oops. Helig of Thane. Helig of Thane. A lone figure in tattered robes shuffles across the chamber, muttering under its breath. As you approach, the figure halts and swivels its head toward you. Its haggard visage is a labyrinth of wrinkles and sores overgrown by a moss-like beard. What's this? Who disturbs Helig's work? Its voice rattles and gurgles like that of a drowning man. You're Helig? Dalton sent me to look for Rowena. He leans back and bursts into ruckus laughter. His threadbare robes drift apart, revealing an amulet and a ragged wound running. A ragged wound running from chest to throat. It spatters a black viscous fluid on the floor with every cackle. That old fool is still I forgot what voice I was doing. That old fool is still alive. I do hope he still doesn't bear a grudge for that incident. It was so very long ago. Dalton believes that Rowena is in the catacombs. He seems to restrain another bout of chuckling. Oh, you could say that. If you were to retrieve my grimoire from Modred, I'll let you in on the secret. What do you need me to do? When animancy started gaining popularity, I came to Defiance Bay in hopes of finding a place where my research would meet with more acceptance. Worked at the Brackenberry Sanitarium for a few months when I met Modred. He spits a glob of black blood on the floor. Let's just say Modred and I didn't see eye to eye.
Got so bad we were threatening to kill each other on a daily basis. Obviously, that bastard made good on his threat.
He runs a jagged fingernail along his oozing wound.
Sank a dagger into my chest while I was sleeping and dumped my body in the catacombs.
You used animancy to save yourself?
Oh no.
Helig waves a half-rotted hand.
This is magic, and it took a great deal of rather timely preparation, I must say. Even so, it merely anchored my soul to this decaying husk. Nothing like the life that was stolen from me.
Helig lets out a rattling sigh.
And yet you see what a little Engwithan magic can do. My mind is my own, my memory is fresh, and my work can continue. And Modred keeps all that is precious to him in a trunk in his laboratory, just as he stole my grimoire.
He offers you a key with a claw-like hand.
On your way to Brackenbury Sanitarium, then. Bring me my grimoire and my revenge, and you can have your Rowena.
He chokes on a burbling chuckle.
If there's nothing else, be on your way.
Okay, we're just gonna kill this asshole. I mean, he's kind of a dick. Gonna do expose vulnerabilities of these three. Okay, we only hit 2 of them, but Helig's almost dead. And then we can do that, and then we can have Grieving Mother. Recall Agony is a pretty good one. That's the one that I was thinking of previously. Pain Link, though, is pretty good for our main dude. And we'll have... We'll just have these 4 focus on this one. Revenant. Actually, all 5 of them.
That's it.
There we go. Soul Word Amulet. A soul prowls within the bloodstone like a caged Stelgare. It's filled with a fierce, restless energy. Who are you? You see an image in your mind of a woman in heavy leather armor bearing twin daggers. Next to her is a man, young and handsome, who calls her Rowena. The vision shifts to a wind-swept plain next to a lake. 50 men and women in matching leathers lay dead, their bodies contorted and deformed by some sinister sorcery. Rowena falls among them, her body collapsing next to the young man you saw earlier. She's too weak to speak, but the name Dalton appears in your mind. A lone figure strides across the battlefield, barely bothering to step over the corpses. His eyes are filled with an unnatural light and fixed on Rowena. He reaches out to her, and what little life remained in her body departs. When he takes the amulet from around her neck, you feel her anguished soul trapped within it. With a final contemptuous glance at the fallen Dalton, the man departs. Dalton sent me to find you. The soul pulses with warmth. It fills your mind with memories of a young man who's both bold and generous. But fury and despair gnaw those images away until all you can feel are cold, crimson walls pressing against you and something loathsome feeding off you as the years fade into decades. What do you want? You see an image of the amulet shattering and the soul inside rising and dissipating among the stars. Okay, cool. Helig is a bastard, so not at all upset about just killing him there. And I'm pretty sure there's more traps down here. So we'll just send Grieving Mother and see if she can... Okay, she can't disarm that one. You know, like Druid and both prefer to Kehu as one. I just am not really like, even in D&D, I'm not a big Druid fan.
Your eyes see what mine see.
Wild shaping just never really appealed to me. Ooh, pistol. I'll actually put that on the mother. Yeah, there we go.
I'm here.
It's a real pity is that Idwin could be a full companion. Why would you step on the trap after I found it, guys? It doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I never really took her with me, but she's the companion in... God, where do you find her at? She's in, like, the Animancer place, right? In the main city. I think I got around a third through this game, but then I got hooked on Dragon Age and Skyrim again and haven't played it for ages. Yeah, I mean, it's not the easiest thing to get back into this game. I got a buddy of mine to play through. He finished Act 2, and then he took a break to play something else, and then I've not been able to convince him to pick this game back up again, which is crazy. Older robed man. In front of you looms the ghostly, hollow image of the man who was present at your awakening. He casts a pale, sickly light in the dank corridor as he regards you.
You are from Kratom, my boy.
His words are an echo in your mind from a time long past, and you know your response before you speak it, as if it has always been. Yes, I was born there.
A remarkable city. Truly one of the most impressive we have encountered outside of our own. Many exceptional people who have joined our cause come from Kratom. What made you decide to join our order?
I'm gonna say... the world needs to know about the true gods.
Remember never to be discouraged by those who cling to their beliefs. They are worthy of our pity, not our scorn. Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen?
I am. I like druids more for their other nature stuff, so to say. Don't really care for wild shaping. It's just OP in the first PoE.
I'm here.
Yeah, I think the nature stuff of druids is far more interesting than the wild shape stuff.
Nice and quiet.
Do your eyes see what mine see?
God, dude. These traps are getting out of hand. Some weird RNG manipulation that lets you get rimmer guns early. Super useful in hardcore runs. Oh god, yeah. I feel like every game, I'm starting to realize, has some broken thing you can do at the start of it to, like, maximize your difficulty to it. Like, I was playing through Disco Elysium recently, and I found out there's a glitch in Disco Elysium where you can get max stats in character creation. It's like, I almost feel like devs put this stuff in the game just so people can figure it out. The mercenary eyes you warily as you approach, his weapon readied. What are you doing here? You don't look like one of the masked lot. Take care, Watcher. This one's mind is edged. He seeks to know your purpose. I'm gonna say, relax. How would I know to be here if I didn't belong? He thinks carefully, then nods. All right, then. Go in and report to the Acolyte, and she'll give you your assignment. You should be just about finished with their meeting in the big chamber. Any idea what's going on around here? A word of advice, friend. Don't ask questions. Just go and do what you're told. All right. Where's the guy?
How do you do?
A lone figure paces back and forth, tapping his fingers at his sides, muttering to himself. He jumps when he sees you, his hands on his chest. By the flame, you startled me! He pauses and leans forward. Where's your mask? Say, that's it. I knew I'd left something at home, or it's too itchy, I'll put it back on for the meeting. Well, don't let anyone inside see you without it. They're keen on anonymity. Tell me about the meeting. This must be your first time. The Acolyte communicates with each of us individually to hear of our progress on old tasks and to assign us new ones. He shivers with a mixture of pleasure and dread. It's a unique process. She's a cipher, so she can speak to you without words. Fascinating until you realize she can probably read your thoughts just as easily. What do you know about these tasks? He laughs nervously. Only what I absolutely need to. We protect the secrets of the gods, so discretion is essential. He waves a hand between the two of you. We receive our instructions from the Acolyte, just like she receives hers from someone else, and so on, right up to the Grand Master. Our role is to obey, knowing as little about the overall plan, and each other, as possible. How can you be confident you're doing the right thing when you know so little? That's easy. The leaden key has been around for ages by the blessing of the gods. You only have to look around to see the perils of trying to usurp divine power. Killing a god in the Saints' Wars cursed us all, and the heresy of animancy has only worsened matters. Try to replace a soul, and you inevitably wind up with a monster. It's all been a warning. There are some powers we just shouldn't have. Well, tell me about these secrets. I don't know why I'm doing this voice for this guy, but, you know, I've only got so many voices I can do. He jumps back. You shouldn't even be asking. Whatever they are, they're secrets for a reason. Our job is to guard them, not to know them. We've been entrusted with important work. It's an honor, but not without its challenges. You need something else? I'll be ready for the initiates meeting soon. Honest. What are you doing here? I've been practicing the passphrases. I know them backwards and forwards, but I get so nervous every time I think about repeating them to the Acolyte. He wrings his hands. You can practice on me. Okay. He ushers in a deep breath with fluttering hands. Here goes. First question. State your name and purpose. Answer. My name belongs to the gods, and my hand to their service. Second question. What company do you seek? Answer. I seek the company of shadows, that our labors may remain secret. Third question. Tell me of your labors. Answer. To see the craft of kith and Wilder? And Wilder does not disturb what bone and gods have buried. Fourth question. How do we know your purpose? Answer. You shall know it by the confession of my tongue, the deeds on my hand, and the oath on my soul. Fifth question. And how is your oath guarded? Answer. It is sealed by the leaden key. He sighs with a nervous chuckle. That wasn't so hard. Okay. We're going to go in. I believe there's something hidden around here. If you sneak around. Is it in here? Oh, there's some copper.
Margaren's fire casts light in
Whatever.
dark places.
Probably don't have enough perception on anyone to see it.
Light,
Or maybe it's
flame, and
around here.
sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
There it is. Look at that. Good old monkey brain. Yeah, where's your mask? I'm a godlike.
Keeping an eye out.
Dareloth falters and brings a hand to his forehead. He takes a staggering step forward, coughing and sputtering.
Back, ye Claude! Those hooded fiends are nigh to be trusted.
Dareloth, hey, now's not the best time for that. He grimaces, catching his breath. It's nothing. I'm fine. He coughs again. This probably isn't the best place to linger, anyhow.
Yes?
Okay, you hear murmurs and chants on the other side of the door. A ritual of some sort is already underway. However, your only means of disguise is presently in use. We're going to retreat from the door, do a quick... Oh, wait, what? Oh, it just sets us back here. Okay, because we're godlike, we can actually just go in. The woman's eyes narrow behind her mask as she takes notice of your uncovered face. Interloper. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's because... Okay, hold on. I remember. We have to have the mask in our inventory. Yeah. That's why we quick save.
I'm here.
How's it going, Cena? I am doing well. How are you? Okay, don the hood and mask. You pull the hood and mask over your head. They fit, but just barely. Okay. We're going to go alone into the room. Several shrouded figures are lined up across from a hooded woman. The figure at the head of the line approaches her, and the woman places her outstretched hand on the stranger's forehead. They stand in silent communion as you look on. A few moments later, the stranger steps aside and resumes his place in the circle around the statue. The woman turns toward you. She does a double take at your ill-fitting hood. You are late, attendant. Even though her face is concealed, you sense her rage in her dangerously low voice and in the sudden silence of the others in the chamber.
I've been waiting on your reports. Quickly now.
Wow, she does have a
State
dangerously
your name
low
and
voice.
purpose.
The woman beckons you closer with curling fingers. She rests her open hand on your forehead, and you feel the heat from her palm through the thick material of your hood. Her voice is so low and soft that you're not certain whether she's speaking aloud or in your head. I'm going to say, my name belongs to the gods and my hand to their service.
What company do you seek?
I seek the company of shadows, that our labors may remain secret.
Tell me of your labors.
To see that the craft of Kith and Wilder does not disturb what bones the gods have buried.
How do we know your purpose?
You shall know it by the confession of my tongue, the deeds of my hands, and the oath of my soul.
And how is your oath guarded?
It is sealed by the leaden key.
Welcome, attendant. Tell me of your exploits.
Been binge watching your Elder Scrolls lore videos. They are great. Keep them coming. Yeah, we've got a big one coming. Oh, man. Sometime this month, hopefully. I've been working on it a lot on and off. It's going to be on the tower lore for Elder Scrolls. And the big thing that's been taking me so long with this video is, like, I've been asking, like, a lot of lore questions to people because I need, like, precise answers for some of this stuff, and a lot of tower lore is very esoteric in nature and it doesn't really have a lot of answers. So I'm not only doing my own research into, like, figuring out what the towers are and why they're important and stuff, but I'm looking for other people's advice, and then I keep uncovering new things that I've got to add to this video. So I think it's going to be another long one. Not I think it's going to be another long one. It will be another long one. But this one's been taking way longer than the usual. And then I've got about 5 or 6 other videos in production at the moment that are going to be pretty big videos as well when they come out. But January is going to be kind of a slow month, I think, overall. But there is a lot of stuff being worked on, I promise.
Does he wait still?
What did I say? In your mind, you see a building, magnificent with trellises and tiles, and located on a pristine boulevard. The wealthy and learned stroll in and out, trading knowledge and coin. Shrouded woman. Yet it also houses misery and madness. Somewhere within its rotten core sits a man, his hair matted, but his eyes alert. He watches and waits, a prisoner by choice. The acolyte's question echoes in your mind. Does he wait still? We'll say yes.
Did they arrive?
Yeah, Deerford. Did they arrive? Oh, I think I know who she's talking about. The acolyte's vision takes you out of Defiance Bay and to a town in the wilderness with a watermill. A signpost on one of the paths reads Deerford. Several figures huddled together, shrouded in cloaks and hoods. An image of ruins suddenly looms in your mind. 2 skeletal effigies flank a cleft in the mountainside. I'm going to say yes, they did arrive.
Information shall be relayed. Now, for your next task.
The ruins fade from your mind, and in their place is a palimpsest of a neighborhood. Palimpsest is such a good word. It's a shame how infrequently that gets to be used. Rundown estates are cobbled around a cemetery and an ancient tower. Savage shapes prowl the streets, and in the tower a man haunches over a strange mechanism. You can't see him clearly, but there's something unnatural about him. I get it, that's why I love them. They are well-researched and neat. Well, thank you very much.
Stop him. And above all, don't let him meet her.
Always appreciate someone finding the channel and appreciating the videos, you know? Rundown estates, cobblestone, cemetery, ancient tower. Yeah, stop him, and above all, don't let him meet her. The acolyte shows you a door in the base of the tower, a seemingly impenetrable slab of stone and copper. But then she shows you the invisible split between the perfectly matched halves, and you understand how the copper veins convert a command into action. The command comes to your mind, a surprising familiarity about it. You know how to open the door. Say, I shall. Her hand rests lightly on your head. Have you any questions, attendant? Remind me about the man in the tower. Oh. Okay. Let's say show me the prisoner. Mind, you see a building. Yeah, I think I know what this is talking about as well. Okay, cool.
Certainly.
Certainly. I don't remember if this is going to cause a fight with when my party comes through here. Okay. Nope. Steward of Cadnua has received a letter for you.
A moment, please. I feel I should explain myself.
Oh boy, Dareloth wants to talk.
About my episode in the catacombs. There's something I should have told you earlier.
That's an understatement. He clasps his hands together, slowly massaging a knuckle with his thumb. I meant no harm. I thought I could keep it to myself. That when we resolved the matter of your soul, we would also address my problem.
I also have an awakened soul. But unlike yours, mine is a presence that shares my senses and my skin, making herself manifest at the most unwelcome times.
He closes his eyes and grits his teeth. His lips quiver and twitch with the vestiges of some internal debate. Several seconds later, he opens his eyes again. They're watery and bloodshot.
I'm sorry. I've tried to learn to control Isilmir. I've gotten stronger, but so has she.
He shakes his head. Why didn't you say something sooner?
I learned to keep her a secret a very long time ago. Those with awakened souls are shunned, mistrusted. And after your experience with Meowald, I'm certain you can see why. You need to be careful.
Tell me about Isilmir.
Artless, uncouth, a creature of rash impulses and feeble faculties. She wags her impertinent tongue when she should listen.
He winces, his expression rippling between control and chaos.
Aye, this one's fit to boil. Hard to get this gaff over anything tisn't to do with books and spell speak.
His face flickers with a sly grin. He grimaces, running his hands through his hair. I have none of her memories. Bareth spared me that much. But her coarse manners and intolerable hill-speak suggest a provincial from a very, very long time ago. She tends to surface when a hair's breadth from conflict, when the fuse has burned down and teeth are on edge. And when she shows up, she doesn't stop to gauge a situation. She just acts. Say she seems reckless. That's it exactly. You recall the way she goaded those villagers in Gilded Vale? She doesn't think, and she doesn't back down. And trying to suppress that has been my problem for years. Is this going to be a problem?
Merely an annoyance. Although...
He lowers his voice and clasps his hands behind his back. Minute twitches and spasms along his arms betray his fidgeting.
Defiance Bay is said to have an entire institution dedicated to the study and cure of soul-related ailments. Since our journeys have already brought us to the city, perhaps we could speak with someone there.
Yeah, if it's helpful to you, we'll go.
Thank you. This has been a great burden.
Okay. Yes, I also like Dareloth. Don't know if you saw the Sails Through Storms deck that can potentially summon 5 Lava Atronachs turn 8. I had somebody bring that up to me. I didn't see the deck myself. Okay.
I'm here.
Let's go. Where are we? We're in... Oh, what's this place called? First Fire? Are we in the capital? Like the capital of the capital, I guess. Let's see here. Reminds me, in your Thalmor video, you said Aldmeri Dominion doesn't represent every Altmer, Bosmer, and Khajiit living there. I don't think it's right to put all of them into one bunch, even if they live in the same state. Thalmor is oppressive for all, but its ethnic hatred is directed at no Altmer. Like, not every Brit benefited from colonial empire, but it wouldn't be entirely correct to put not all distinguished Brits and Africans, Indians, etc. Entirely correct. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, there's people under oppressive regimes that, like, can't really do anything about it, you know? It's like blaming every German that was in Nazi-occupied Germany, you know, and saying that you hate all Germans. It's like, well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but... yeah. I don't know. Shouldn't really blame people for the government they live under. The government they're born into. Like, there's probably thousands, hundreds of thousands of elves that have been born under the Thalmor regime at this point. Which sucks. Okay, where was I going to go? Brackenberry, right? That's kind of the next place that we're leading to. We could go to Heritage Hill, but I don't really want to do that. We should also go get Pallegina, though. We could do this stuff in Andra's Gift really quick. There's actually a lot to do in Andra's Gift.
Hey, Olaf, can I, talk to your, your friend? What is it about Isilmir? I'm right here, you know. No, you're both great. It's just, well, I feel like I don't get to spend as much time with her, and she's just so funny. I mean, some of the things she says are not nearly as funny when you've been hearing them for 50 years.
I love Adair and Aloth. They're really funny.
If secrets whisper here, I shall listen for them.
What am I looking for? It's over here. Yeah, down here.
God's damn that son of a cool.
The angry woman clenches her jaw and stares out toward the harbor with glimmering golden eyes. Eventually, sensing your presence, she turns her feathered head toward you.
Want to run a down-on-its-luck Valiant Trading Company? If you have more than half a brain, you could really do something with it.
She clenches her jaw and continues quietly.
As long as you're willing to clean up a few bloodstains.
What's going on exactly?
Exactly. If I knew that, I'd be in a better mood. The only thing I know exactly is that Mestre Verzano is determined to wind up in a grave before the season turns.
The woman looks back at the warehouse for a moment and grimaces. After a slight nod in your direction, she storms off.
Good day, stranger.
A young woman stands behind the counter watching you with quick, intelligent eyes. Welcome. Is this your first visit to the Valiant Trading Company, is it not? Please, let me know how I can assist you. What is this place? The Valiant Trading Company is an association of merchants from the Valiant Republics. We oversee trade deals and negotiations on behalf of our merchants. She gestures toward the door on her right. This is our warehouse where we store goods in transit. You have more business to discuss. No. I don't know why it was so hard for me to read that. Let's see. Yes, she is the unique paladin. Nope, you are spot on. I agree, maybe it's in part that I'm from a post-Soviet country and some people really like to pretend that it was equally bad / actually equal for all. So that line in the video jarred me a bit. Oh, gotcha. A man stands in the corner of the warehouse directing traffic. Gems wink from the many rings on his fingers as he points and waves at the laborers. His silk clothes, though finely embroidered, aren't new. You notice a couple mended seams around the shoulders and a discreet patch on one elbow.
Greetings.
Okay, when he sees you, he throws his arms wide in an expansive welcome. I forget exactly how the Valian accent goes. It's like, greetings. You have come to the warehouse and headquarters of the Valiant Trading Company. He consults a pocket watch. Some of the gold filigree has chipped away. But you are late. I sent word to the expedition hall yesterday. This delivery cannot wait. He snaps the watch shut. Who was that feathered woman? Ah, you must mean Pallegina. She's a paladin in the employ of the Valian embassy. He chuckles. She's a good soldier, but not so good at taking orders. Too hot a temper, I'm afraid. She seemed angry. He laughs again. That is no surprise. She's hot-headed. A woman in a brotherhood of paladins, and touched by the gods in such an unusual way. Something else I can help you with, or shall I return to my business? What's the delivery? He tugs at his beard. I must assume then that you are not from the company I contacted at the expedition hall. He waves a hand. But you are here, and they are not. It is a bag of bitter squash seeds, which are prized for their medicinal properties. Few merchants in Defiance Bay deal in them, but those who do know their value. Yeah, I'll do it. He clasps his hands together. Excellent. Now, deliver this package to a man named Gareth at the Goose and Fox in Copper Lane. He will know what to do with it. He slips a bag of pebbly seeds into your hand. Return to me when you are done, and I shall see to your payment.
Good day, stranger.
Better deliver the package, no? Business such as this is best concluded quickly. Okay. Mestre Verzano.
So, Alof, have you ever woken up to find your other half used your body during the night?
I don't think I understand you. And I'm not sure I want to.
Well, I've found that if I go to sleep hungry enough, I wake up covered in blood and delightfully full.
Nice.
Greetings.
The man behind the bar is nearly the size of an Aumaua. A handle protrudes from his back, and his face is set in a stoic frown. He gives you a small nod. Here for a drink? There's a tiny pewter cup in front of him. He turns it in one broad hand, but doesn't drink from it. Who are we looking for? Yeah, Orland companions and PoE not joke about sex challenge, impossible version. Really, though. I didn't really like Seraphim that much. I should try to have him in my party next time, but, like, I don't know. I traveled with him for a little bit, and he was just kind of, like, annoying to me. Gareth. This is who we're looking for. Might be... I think he's upstairs. Oh, he's right here. A man skulks near the bar. He seems like he's trying to blend in with the wood paneling and he watches the other patrons out of the corner of his eye. He gives you a quick nod as you approach. Verzano has a delivery for you. He glances around and snatches the pouch from you. Keep your voice down, will you? The Dominels have spies everywhere. He tucks the pouch away. You tell Verzano this is the last time I'm buying from him. This is getting too dangerous for me. Did I just do something illegal? No? He grins weakly. I don't think I've heard of the Dominels. The more important thing is making sure they don't hear of you. They're old Brackenberry stock, but these days the Dominels are known for their business activities, most of which involves some degree of bribery, extortion, theft, or murder. What do the Dominels have to do with this? You have no idea, do you? Look, let's just say the Dominels have exclusive rights to trade certain merchandise within the city. Verzano likes to make some extra coin from time to time by dealing in the same merchandise, undercutting the competition, he says. What was in that pouch? Bitter squash seeds. They interrupt pregnancies. Even though they're not exactly legal, many folk nowadays prefer them to the risk of the hollowborn. Or celibacy. He pulls a wry frown. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. Now, get out of here before... Donna. A woman swaggers in, her polished boots thwacking the floor with slow, deliberate steps. A crooked sneer wraps her smooth face. Oh, Gareth, I'm hurt. You promised to buy only from me. What's a girl to think? Gareth bows, his knees knocking together. Please, my lady, I was just explaining that I don't do business with anyone else except this one last time, right? Donna crosses her arms and rocks back on her heels. There's always one more deal. Until you run out of credit, that is. Donna turns and regards you, looking you up and down. And just who are you? You don't exactly look like a seed dealer. Aloth glances at Gareth. I think it's a compliment. We'll just stay silent. You've got pluck, but don't try to hold out on me. Especially not when I'm inclined to let you off the hook. Verzano put you up to this, didn't he? That old fool's on a sinking ship, and he's determined to drag anyone who gets close enough down with him. She eyes the trembling Gareth. Gareth here knew better, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. In fact, I'll also give you the chance to get even with the imbecile who's been playing us both. She narrows her eyes. What do you say to killing Verzano? I'll say, why would I want to do that? Why wouldn't you? He used you to do his dirty work, and without telling you anything about what you were carrying, or who you were crossing. She taps a finger to her jaw, and her voice slows. Of course, I'd also consider it a personal favor, and House Dominel is never stingy with its friends. She glances at Gareth. The loyal ones, anyway. I'm gonna say I'll decide his fate when I talk to him. You'd better make up your mind quickly, because we're gonna pay him his dues one way or another. Just make sure you stay out of our way. Okay. Quickest way out of here. I do think the fast travel stuff is, like, kind of annoying. I wish I could just click on something and fast travel there, instead of having to walk to the other side of the map and do it. I'll go back to the gift. Actually, would it be quicker? Would it actually be quicker to go to Heritage Hill and then down into Andra's gift? I think that would be faster. Oh, no. It pops you out at the same place. Doesn't matter. Sky Baby Brain need instant fast travel. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's literally a cry for help. Both cities are kind of annoying to traverse in this game. Yeah, they kind of are. Alright. Let's talk to Verzano.
How do you do?
Were you able to deliver the package? Let's be rational. If you told me the Dominels were after you, you could have saved us both a lot of trouble. The Dominels were there. Verzano's eyes fly open, and he tugs at his beard. I was so careful, always following the Ver la Vita. They couldn't have known.
Well, well. Is this your last day among the living, Verzano?
Verzano wrings his hands. Your timing is impeccable. Tell Palagina. The Dominels are after me. Please, you've got to stop them.
As if any of this were ever in my hands. The Republic's considered your business worth protecting based on its success. That success depended on cooperation with the locals, like House Dominel. You've lost that. And the favor of the Dukes.
We will just listen.
Even if you get out of this alive, they're done with you. The Dukes have more pressing interest in Defiance Bay than rescuing one merchant who threw himself overboard.
Verzano falls to his knees and clasps his hands together. Have mercy, Palagina. I don't stand a chance against the Dominels. He bites a trembling lip. I've brought failure and shame on myself, but you can't mean to watch your countrymen die like a dog.
Verzano, Verzano. Why are you wasting your precious breath on me? My orders come through the ambassador, and through the ambassador from people you should be honored ever gave a moment's thought to whether you live or die.
Palagina stares at Verzano for a long moment. The nicotinating membranes of her eyes slide out and back before she continues. I don't know if I said that word, but it seems right. Or if I said that word correctly, but it seems right.
You don't seem like the sort to petition the gods to keep him out of hell. So why not cry mercy to the one person in this room with the power to grant it?
She turns her attention to you and raises her feathered eyebrows expectantly. I don't know what we should say here, actually. I don't think we want to side with the Dominels. I don't really want to kill Versano. I mean, he's kind of a shady businessman, but I don't think he needs to die. So we'll say... Versano, you're on your own. I'm leaving. I guess we'll try to protect him. I don't know. I intend to protect Versano from the Dominels. Pallegina drops her gaze and lightly shakes her head from side to side. Moments later, she turns her eyes to the ceiling in amused disbelief.
Verzano, you have a saint looking out for you after all.
She strides across the room and takes the already nervous Versano's head in her feathered hands, a gesture that seems to hover in a dangerously narrow space between caressing and crushing.
Just don't come knocking on the embassy door. Understand?
Versano replies with a rapid, weak series of nods. Pallegina nods back once and gives his face a light slap.
Do as you will. He's no longer my concern.
She turns her feathered head in your direction. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever actually offered to protect Versano. Donna saunters through the door, flanked by a squad of Dominel foot soldiers. She lets her gloved hand rest on the hilt of her weapon. A sneer curdles on her face as she looks at you. It seems I was wrong to overlook your blunder. Rest assured, I never make the same mistake twice. Oh wow, it's just a full-out fight. Okay.
I'm here.
Let's actually buff ourselves for once. I haven't done this at all today. But we'll do Bless on everybody here for Durance. We're going to knock down Donna.
How may I help?
Dareloth do Expose Vulnerabilities. Raving Mother just needs to shoot somebody. We'll shoot probably the Wizard. Haravius can Wild Shape. And then I am going to rush Donna. Okay, wow. That didn't go super great. Get my Holy Radiance. Okay, yeah, easy. All my homies do hate the Dominels. Mestre Verzano. He wipes the sheen from his forehead and looks around the warehouse with the wide, fearful eyes of a hunted animal. I can't thank you enough, amigo. But this won't stop the Dominels for long. I've got to get out of here, and I recommend that you do too. He hands you his pistol and gives you a bag of coin with shaking hands. That's all I have after this ill-fated venture. Thank you again, and please, look out for yourself. And he runs away. Okay, well, I'm glad we did that. We want all of this, obviously, but, like...
Absolutely.
Ooh, an embossed grimoire. See if Dareloth needs to learn anything.
I'm here.
I'll see what I can find.
Dareloth, do you need to learn any spells, buddy? Crackling Bolt. Oh, Fireball. Yeah, we've been missing that. Oops. Okay, and then the gun. I gave somebody a gun earlier, but now we have Forgiveness, which does pretty good damage. It reloads quicker than this, doesn't it? Extremely slow versus very slow. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty comparable damage. Forgiveness is much better, actually. So, yeah, that'll do. I guess if we really want to give somebody like a good weapon too, we can give Durance the gun. Does like one more pierce damage. All right, cool.
Here.
Well, that could have been a mistake, but we wanted to help our bro. And then there she is.
Ah.
Pallegina
done then.
looks up with a satisfied expression.
Verzano plays with fire and someone else always pays the price for it. Your charity is more than he deserves. Still, at least I don't have to deal with him anymore. For that, I'm grateful. Whether you intended to or not, you've done the Valian Republics a service today, ridding us of him. I work closely with the embassy to protect our interests, but lately I think our gaze has been too narrow. You clearly have pursuits of your own in the city, but I think we could help each other out. If you're interested in doing some work for us. Officially, I mean. We can go together and I'll introduce you to the ambassador.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Let's go.
Good. Maybe I can finally do something more worthwhile than playing nanny to merchants. The embassy is up in First Fires, southwest of the Ducal Palace.
Okay. I think we're going to drop Haravius for the time being.
May Wal watch your step.
We'll level Pallegina up. Pallegina is, of course, a paladin. Yeah, I think the Deep Faith is pretty good. I like the Zealous focus quite a bit. It's me, your pal, Pallegina the Paladin. A lot of pals going on there. Vielo Vidorio. Or Vidorio. Vielo Vidorio is a battle cry meaning swift victory, used among the Frerermas mes Canc Suolias. Frerermas mes Canc Suolias. When the paladin uses Flames of Devotion, nearby allies gain increased attack speed. Okay. Sure, why not? It's kind of unique to her. I remember this being pretty good. We'll take that. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. Sworn Enemy. That's pretty good. Especially for boss fights.
I'm here.
Okay, so now we got 3 frontliners. 3, like, actual frontliners that aren't Haravius. So we could do something like this. And then I know I have stuff that we can equip to Pallegina. Although she does have a pretty good breastplate already. Honestly, I'll give her this. Oh, she's got a fine pistol too. We'll give that to Durance. Yeah. She has a great update for Sworn Enemy. What's the update for it?
I'm here.
About halfway to level 6, by the way.
All these circling feet heading nowhere.
Thanks, Durance.
Ambassador Agosti, I would speak with you on a matter of some urgency and great importance.
Pallegina smiles broadly when she addresses the ambassador. Vincent Agosti. Sighing as though remembering some heavy burden, Vicente crosses his arms before replying. Pallegina, if this is the same matter we previously discussed, I doubt I will be convinced any more easily. We'll be stoic. I'll be silent.
Ambassador, I implore you to take a step back and look at this again.
Ambassador Agosti holds up his hands and cuts Pallegina off in a strident tone. Enough. We are not going over Defiance Bay's animancers again. The Duke's Bells desires have not changed since the last time we spoke. If you haven't heard, word of your insubordination has already found the ears of the Duchessa of Bigapi and the Duke of Selona. There are murmurs that you cannot be trusted to fulfill your duties. Must this talk reach the shores of Spiriento? Pallegina's aggressive demeanor drains to a state of shock and worry, but she remains silent. I think we'll still be stoic. I think that stoic is fine for Aethys.
What is it the Dukes need of me, Ambassador?
Pallegina recovers her determined demeanor. The Deerwood's instability has created an opportunity for us to take over their trade with Air Glanfath. We will need to meet with the Glanfathans soon enough to secure upcoming trade arrangements. The road to Twin Elms can be dangerous, of course, but that's why you'll be our representative there.
Echosi, Ambassador. But won't this provoke the Deerwoodins? Their country is falling apart, and we're already dividing up their trade alliances.
Pallegina's feathers ruffle, but she speaks with an unusually meek timbre. Provoke them into what? Going to war? Though no fault of the Republic's, the Deerwood's armies have been deprived of an entire government, or generation of soldiers. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation. If we don't, the Rayed Serens will. Okay, we are going to speak up now. Ambassador, that's some cold compassion considering what these people have been through.
More than that, Ambassador, there is a practical element to consider. We may profit in the short term from this arrangement, but what of the future? The Deerwood won't forget, and the Republics may pay the price for it.
The ambassador sighs. We are not the Duke's, Pallegina. It's their decision, and our job to carry out the orders. It's not like they're asking you to assassinate someone. Pallegina raises an eyebrow and clenches her jaw, but remains silent. Pallegina, Pallegina. He shakes his head. Go to Twin Elms, speak to the Anamenfath, impress upon her the instability of the Deerwood, and reassure her of the Valiant Republic's desire to open safe trade.
Of course, Ambassador.
After a long and uncomfortable pause, Pallegina exhales deeply, the lids of her eyes closing briefly as she slumps in acceptance. The ambassador nods and smiles patternly. He then looks to you. I know you planned on investigating this crisis together, but I hope you understand Pallegina's responsibilities. I understand, but we're still going to investigate it, responsibilities or not. Vicente bristles and turns to Pallegina. Will the Dukes need to hear more about Pallegina Mirai's wild adventure?
Of course not, Ambassador. I will attend to the Anamenfath as soon as I am able to travel to Twin Elms.
Good. Now, if you will excuse me.
Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. Not that you helped put up much of a fight.
Well, I thought she got mad if we did put up a fight, so that's why I was not saying anything. I think you're in the right, but I didn't want to make the ambassador any angrier.
Enough wisdom for both of us. Now, I just need to find out how to get to Twin Elms before the ambassador loses his patience.
She pauses in thought. Still, I fear that making this deal with the Glanfathans will further weaken the Deerwood and make trouble for the Republics in the years to come. You say, follow your heart. Do what you believe will be best for the Republics, Pallegina.
I wish I knew.
I'm here.
Just follow your heart, dude. Love will guide the way, man. Basically, she sends some fire missiles to the target. Even in Path of the Damned could kill a respectable mod with it, or damage powerful ones severely. I think I remember using her for that. Okay, so we got a little bit of XP there, I think. I want to double check. What does Aethys... What does he like again? He doesn't like being cruel or deceptive, yeah. That's fine. Yeah, maybe the ambassador was the friends we made along the way, dude. Okay. Trying to find my quest log, man. Travel to Deerford Village, enter the tower in Heritage Hill, or find the place of misery and madness. Yeah, dude. Cool. I think we were gonna go to the Brackenberry Sanitarium. Oh yeah, this guy's got this girl's got a quest for us.
Greetings.
A woman stands in the shade of the garden, muttering to herself. She's fixated on the pages of a large and well-worn tome, seemingly oblivious to the blooming flowers and the cool, fragrant breeze. She only looks up when your shadow crosses her page. Do you mind? I'm rather busy. What are you so busy with? She snaps her book shut. I'm studying soul attachment. We all know that souls move into people at birth and out of them at death, but we still have a lot of questions about what makes them stick, so to speak. What do you mean about making them stick? She brushes a stray lock from her forehead. Souls power bodies and give their tissues life, but only when they're firmly attached. It's separation that leads to a whole spate of soul-related ailments, including the Hollowborn. But if we understood how to reattach souls, we could end Weidman's legacy, maybe even conquer death. She scratches behind her ear. That's the theory, anyway. Unfortunately, I don't have all the research I need to put it into practice. What exactly do you need? There's a manuscript called The Theorems of Pandgram. It contains research from Pandgram's experiments on detached souls. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries is rumored to have a copy in the Elder Archives. I have heard of this book, back in Salona, I think, but never seen it. Many animancers speak of it with awe. The theorems could advance my research by leaps and bounds, but Grimda, the High Archivist, worships Wal, which means she has some paradoxical views on sharing and restricting knowledge. And since she's not exactly a proponent of animancy, she tends to restrict the kinds of information that would be useful to me. I'm just imagining your Moonlight sounds like Keanu Reeves. Maybe he does. That's a shame. Look at me spinning my troubles. It's kind of you to listen, but I should really get back to my work. We should offer to get her the book. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Sounds like necromancy, sure. Okay, we're just gonna speed through all of her dialogue. I thought that we could offer to get her the book. Oh, okay, I guess we have the quest anyway. Yeah, maybe our moon godlike is just Keanu Reeves. Okay, Head Warden Ethelmower. A well-maintained statue of a middle-aged man presides over the room, looking down, unblinking, over the bustle of harried academics pestered by the hopeful desperate. A strong warmth emanates from it, and you could sense, a strong warmth emanates from it that you could sense from across the room. Got it. There's a human soul stored beneath the stonework. You feel its attention turned towards you.
It has been some time since a watcher graced these halls.
His voice echoes deeply, rumbling the floor beneath you.
I am envious of your natural insights, traveler. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. Now, what is it that has brought you to my sanitarium?
You may have a member of the Leaden Key in your midst. Ethelmower groans, and the stone around him shudders.
I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether calamity has struck on its own. But a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time. They are a perpetual nuisance. Once again, I am reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they would be of some use in verifying one's identity. You are at odds with the leaden key as well, I take it. I'm going to say, I don't like what they stand for. If you have been able to discern what precisely they do stand for, I would be fascinated to hear it. Just another collection of cowards trying to hold back the tide because it frightens them, it seems to me. Do you have some idea of who this person might be? I suspect it's a patient. Very well. In that case, I would recommend you speak first with our resident animancers. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here or in their offices downstairs. You will report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request.
Okay. Good old Ethel Mower. The second talking statue, actually, that we've met. Okay, first things first, we're going to talk to Belisegi.
Hail, traveler.
Oh, this is a Valian. I have like one Valian accent. A woman paces back and forth, her feet crunching on the soft red carpet. She gestures and mumbles to herself, shaking her head as she pores over pages of notes. She almost walks into you. Ekosi! Here I am, looking so hard for answers in my research that I do not see the kith standing in front of me. What can I do? I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. She laughs bitterly. Ach, that would be me. Though the lack of research subjects has made me more of an expert in counting floorboards. I would like to transfer Animancy's success into buttressing pre-awakened souls to soothing those whose souls have already awakened. But I need subjects, and most of the patients here are too broken to produce reliable results. It is a tragedy to have come so far for nothing.
You're in luck. I have a volunteer.
She springs to the balls of her feet, beaming. Gelarde! Who is it? Aloth's lips curl into a frown. I don't know about this. She grins more broadly still. Oh, don't be silly. The process is perfectly harmless. All you must do is stand in that cage. I beg your pardon? I jest. You Aedirans are so uptight. I do not even know what the thing is used for. It belonged to the last occupant of this office, I think. Now they upgraded him to a cell. Again, I jest. She rubs her hands together, getting down to business. So, I need you to sit here. She takes Aloth by the shoulders and steers him to the couch. And try to relax, but don't try too hard. Then you will not be relaxing. Indeed. His eyes are humorless. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but the copper will help conduct your essence. The Animancer fastens thick copper bands to Aloth's forehead and wrists. As she ratchets them tighter, his face twitches with suppressed irritation. Now, I will examine your soul through my scope. She reaches into her desk and produces a long, chambered tube. Knobs, dials, and small toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with Adra lenses cut to different thicknesses and concavities. By manipulating them, I find the angles and densities that would allow me to track the anomalies in your soul. Does this mean we'll get to talk to Isilmir more? I like that lady. His mind is full of hesitations, angles upon angles. Drawing him out of his own fears will be difficult. She raises a finger. But first, we must find this cunning interloper. You will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Good luck. You'd have an easier time getting straight answers out of a drunk priest of Wal. Aloth squirms on the couch. Very well. She holds the scope to her eye and flicks a knob. To begin, tell me something personal. Something from a time before your awakening. There's nothing to tell. I was just a normal child living in the Sithwood. He looks to you. His face is set in a frown, but the rigid edges of apprehension show through nevertheless. I'll say, talk about your parents.
Talk about your parents.
As you speak to Aloth, you feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, luring him into the mists of his own memory. Bella Sage doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as if your words are smoothing his essence, untangling its many threads. He closes his eyes. Mother is away most of the time, with the Thanes family, but I always know when she's coming home. Father's bottles accumulate like storm clouds on the horizon. His fits of temper become swifter and more violent. It still shames him, knowing that her heimneg to another man supports us better than his labors as a steward. This is good. I am starting to see something. Continue. Tell us about the time you awakened. She bites her tongue as she twists one of the dials. I am in my 5th year of training. Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because when she is around, he is usually only angry with her. But he has heard that I have had trouble casting missiles, that my flame shields are unstable. He is furious that I have failed, and Mother's presence reminds him that he has failed, too. How's it going, British rogue? The first blow takes me by surprise. One moment I am sweeping the kitchen, and next I am sprawled on the ground, stupidly looking at flecks of my blood on the tile. His boots, glistening with fresh polish, thud across the floor. He kicks me in the stomach, and I curl up to shield my vitals. But it's pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. Still huddled on the ground, I retreat as fast as I can. I retreat until the vision of the kitchen and my own trembling knees is nothing but a pinprick against a field of black. His jaw locks and his eyes twitch beneath their lids. Marico! Belisage furiously cranks the knobs along her scope. He's hypnotized himself with this old memory. You've got to bring him out of it. Quickly, I almost have it. We'll squeeze Aloth's hand. You're safe. Everything's fine. Aloth's eyes snap open, but the expression you see in them isn't his. He's ne'er safe when I hap upon him. Belisage sucks a deep breath through her teeth. That's it. I'm seeing a shift in his essence. Something spreading and congealing. She glances at you over her scope. Keep talking. He seems to respond to you. What brought you here? Cracking bones and voices high in air. That warm molasses feeling that creeps down your gut when crisis is nigh. That's different. Perfetto. We have flares of a totally distinct essence. She jots shorthand notes onto the pages next to her and turns one clicking knob of her scope. Now, try to get the two of them talking. Isilmir, tell Aloth why you've awakened. Fie, he's the one needing me, hiding in his own bone bag like a turtle in its shell. Aloth's face twists in fury. I never turned it over to you. Good, yes, very good. She rests from her scribbling only to make another adjustment to her scope. I can now see two separate patterns of essence. Where he ebbs, the other flows. It's as if the awakened soul fills the spaces that he leaves empty. She prompts you with a circling of her wrist, quill still in hand. Go on. Aloth, what's this about ceding space to Isilmir? He grits his teeth painfully. I've given her nothing. She usurps me in my own body. Aye, and I lend him a pair too. You should ask what he did, that old man of his. How the last time he laid a hand on us, I break it in 3 places. Aloth's head jerks to the side. That wasn't your decision. It's never been your decision. Nigh was awakening, but now I'm stuck with you. I'm damned if I let your Ninian drag us both through the scupper. Ach, very good. She lowers her scope and consults her notes. I think I've finally got something we can work with. I've tracked Isilmir's essence throughout the exchange. She had a particularly high density index during the most heated portions of their argument, and her essence seemed to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left ribcage. That's right around the spleen, which of course means that she is triggered by black bile. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. Aloth blinks back at you, and in the midst of his perturbation, you're not quite sure who's looking out of his eyes. That's utter horseshit. How gracious. She glares at him. Yes, never mind my years of training. I suppose you have a better explanation. I'm gonna say Aloth's right, that's absurd. Isilmir obviously shows up when he feels threatened. Trying to think again of what Aethys likes and doesn't like. He dislikes cruelty, and I don't think he minds passion. So we're gonna stand with Aloth here. It's kind of horseshit to say that it's just something in his spleen. So Aloth's right, that's absurd. Isilmir obviously shows up when he feels threatened. Bella Sage carefully scratches her jaw, her gaze darting between you and Aloth. I suppose that could be true. She jots another note. I'll have to check this against other research. He removes the copper bands. Well and good for you, but what does this mean for me? Bella Sage frowns at her notes, tapping her cheek with a quill and making a grand show of concentration. However, you catch her stealing a glance at you over the pages. We'll say, she did you a favor by dealing with your father, didn't she? I think she's trying to help you stand up for yourself. You may not like her methods, but you should hear her out. Isilmir tries to take control from you when she thinks you can't face a problem on your own. You can't let her make these decisions for you. Or it seems that Isilmir steps in when she determines that you're in danger. It's not clear yet whether this is a help or a hindrance. I'm leaning towards 1 or 2. I'm interested to see your guys' thoughts on this. I know that was like 20 minutes. It felt like 20 minutes of me just like reading a book right there, basically. But hopefully you guys comprehended all that was happening there. I'm going to say 2. If you had to listen to her half as much as I do, you wouldn't say that. He scowls, but you notice something thoughtful in his frown. I've got a lot to process. Regardless, thank you for your help, Hedora. He does not look at Bella Sage. She sets her notes on the desk and returns to her scope. Well, I hope this has been useful to you, or as useful to you as it has been to me. I finally have material worth publishing. You'll be the toast of Revua, Dareloth. His grimace melts into a crooked smile. Aye, advancing the right-wise principles of animancy. Just what you've always wanted. As you turn to leave, you catch a darting movement out of the corner of your eye. Bella Sage is humming to herself, still occupied with her scope, but Aloth is holding her notes. He's just about to tuck them into his cloak when he catches you watching. He holds a finger to his lips, his eyes wide and imploring. Please, I don't want my personal information published like this, especially not after her nonsense. Going off lore, 2 souls shouldn't occupy 1 body. I mean, this is the first game that establishes all the lore, so it's an awakened soul. I feel for Aloth here. I'm gonna skip the honesty check. I'm gonna say leave me out of this. He hides the papers in his cloak. Not to worry. We'll see to this on our own.
I'm here.
Okay, well, we can talk to...
How may I help?
We can talk to Aloth then. We should be able to
Indeed.
talk to him. Oh.
Yes?
I?
That's right there. So about your parents, Aloth. He looks at you cautiously. Yes. Sounds like your father had a problem with his temper. He had a problem with my mother's heimneg. Even though they agreed upon it long ago that the financial benefits would be considerable, that it was little different from his role as the Earl's steward. It ate at him. And so he drank and raged. When she was home, he raged at her, and when she wasn't, he raged at me. More than anything, he wanted me to become an arcane knight in the service of his Earl. I think he felt this would validate his chosen career and master. He was a firm man, as you saw, but in the end, I became a successful wizard, due in no small part to his strictness. Yeah. About your parents, yes, that's all I wanted to know. Yeah. Great great chain of dialogue there. I don't really want to endorse his dad being a piece of shit, so say you accomplished that on your own, you would have been fine without him pushing you. Are you so certain? I didn't know what I wanted from my life then. I surely wouldn't have been focused without a little direction. What's a heimneg? A ceremonial marriage between folk and elf. Because the Adir mainland has historically been split between the two races, we have many institutions that are designed to normalize relations. Our monarchy is headed by folk, but an elven consort rules alongside the reigning Ferkening or Mekwing. I don't know how to pronounce that. Mekwin. This is the most prominent example of heimneg. In many cases, all heimneg allow two households to pool resources. Among the aristocracy, heimnegs consolidate power. Sometimes, as in my mother's case, a heimneg is a means for a noble to add another administrator to his or her household. Consorts are received with almost the same level of respect as their noble counterparts, which can be extremely useful. Of course, heimnegs are sometimes used to sanitize an extramarital affair. He shrugs. I don't know that it's really any better, but it seems to satisfy common notions of decency, and elf and folk unions are sterile, which no doubt eases some concerns. Okay, so now you understand a little more about Isilmir. He wrinkles his nose. No thanks to that animancer. My spleen? Black bile? Come on. Yeah, her methods were flawed, but you still learned something, didn't you? Only because you and I have a lick of good sense between us. But the average person, show them a shiny gadget in the hands of an expert and they'll believe anything. Yeah, perhaps. Animancy has its uses, but it's hard to say whether those outweigh the dangers. It's too decentralized. There's no one to keep the practice in check, no uniform principles or guidelines. Putting that much power in the hands of a single authority is no better. He raises an eyebrow. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than the chaos we have now. Let's talk to him a little bit more. How long were you in Gilded Vale, buddy? He shrugs, fidgeting with the hem of his sleeve. Not much longer than you. As you saw, it was hardly the haven that had been advertised. I'd like to know more about Isilmir. He raises an eyebrow. Such as? You said you learned to hide her a long time ago. My mother instructed me to keep her a secret after she first emerged. She feared that knowledge of my awakening would render me an outcast. Even though Isilmir provided useful against my father, I trusted my mother's advice, and I've since come to see the wisdom behind it. Mayerwald is an extreme example, but one that I can relate to more and more each year. When did she awaken? My father was a strict man. He expected the best from his only child, and he didn't tolerate failure. His face becomes drawn. At times he could be rather adamant, particularly when he'd been drinking. Isilmir manifested on one such occasion. To be honest, I don't remember the specifics, only that he was more careful with me after that. Could I talk directly to her? He gives you a taut frown. Her usurpations are uncomfortable enough. I'm not eager to invite her into my consciousness more than necessary. Why'd you want to take the notes? He gives you a sidelong glance. Like I said, I didn't appreciate her prying. Okay, and we could talk to him all about his homeland of Adir, but we don't really need to know a whole lot about that at the moment. Is animancy something old/lost in Gwithan knowledge or new discovery? Sent it all too early. You're good. Animancy kind of is, it's kind of something like that. An animancer scribbles feverishly on a parchment scroll while his free hand dances through the air, counting off unseen objects. His lips move in silent discourse. As your shadow falls over the scroll, he looks up at you with mingled perplexity and irritation.
Greetings.
Can I help you? He forces a polite smile. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. I hear that Valian woman studies them. You should go talk to her instead. Yeah, I don't think we actually need to talk to this guy right now, but we could have talked to him a little bit more if we took the job from Helig of Thane. Or maybe we need to talk to him to get into the sanitarium.
Well met, friend.
Maybe it's her. I can't remember. Oh my, you startled me. Are you supposed to be in here? I'm investigating any suspicious activity in the sanitarium. Oh, I'm just Master Azo's assistant. He'd know more about that, but he's in the middle of busy with some patients. You won't be able to see him until he comes out from the patient ward. If there's nothing else, I need to get back to work. Is Azo busy with patients, or is he running some sort of experiment? I'm just an assistant. It's not my place to gossip. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go talk about Azo. Yeah, we'll get more into the Anguithan. Like, as the game goes on, you'll learn more about animancy and whatnot.
Good day to you.
Is this guy Theos? Is this the same voice actor? Listen to that.
Gods keep you.
That sounds like Theos.
Hello. Well met, friend. Greetings. Gods keep you.
That's the same guy, yeah. Have you learned anything of interest? Maybe. Is Cademan Azo running experiments on the patients here? Experiments? Cademan Azo is in charge of patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experiments. I am disappointed in Cademan. I had hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient ward. I am granting you immediate access so you can find him. No doubt you will wish to speak to him further on this matter, and I for one am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would ask that you do your best to not agitate the patients. They have enough troubles as it is. This is basically the Corpusarium from Morrowind. This is Devaithvir's basement. The head warden says you can go in. Be careful in there. Imagine Theo saying hello like that guy. Yeah. Hello. Oh, hell yeah. Bloated dwarf robot spider guy time. If only. Frail. A curved spine twists this woman's posture forward, her greasy hair draped over her large eyes like vines. She smiles at you. You must be visiting someone. Then, noting your appearance, she adds, a friendly visit, I hope. What do you know about this animancer Azo? Oh, I like him very much. Many animancers could care less about their patients. Look at us like vermin for their experiments, but Master Azo treats us like humans, even the very sick. You can tell he does this to help people. He's helped me understand a great deal about myself, and I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's still affected by it. What happened to Azo? Frail's eyes dart back and forth, and her voice lowers to just above a whisper. They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Deerwood. That was his reputation here, and that was what brought me to seek treatment. People say it was ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash, even if he was a bit of a showman. He loved his homeland. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work. Suspected his colleagues might have tried to steal it, but he told me once that he had it figured out a way to create a soul. Not a soul exactly, mind you, but how did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. Had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. Can you imagine? The point is, it was going to help with the legacy. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know that's something we need. Do you know what they call those empty little babies in Ondra's gift? No. They call them buoys, because so many of them are found floating face down in the water. These are mad times. The grieving mother's hands fly to her ears, and her mouth frames a silent scream. Only her mind speaks. Evils that magnify tragedies. This is what we must stop. Anyway, Master Arzo has scheduled a public demonstration of his work in Copper Lane. He was so excited. And then the next day, he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard. And he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him, but I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. Do you know where I might find Arzo? I think I've seen him around today. Have you checked the laboratory? It shares a wall with his office. He's been spending most of his time there lately. Have any of the patients here been acting unusually? Well, there's Batixa, who relives a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Edelman, who they say only has half a soul, and who was found collecting the faces of others because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in a language no one understands and wails at night sometimes. Different from their normal behavior, I mean? Well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Arzo lets us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for a new therapy and would be escorted to his laboratory to receive treatment. The North Ward has our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since it started. It's Graham I see them taking in the most. He struggles, but he always was a bit of a wild one. Would I be able to visit the North Ward? They like to keep them separate. I don't know that I've ever seen the guards allow a visitor. Just Master Arzo. You might ask him. He's very sympathetic. Why are you in here, Frail? Behind her hair, her cheeks flush. I don't want to say. You'll think less of me. This is for the honest. You can tell me. I'm going crazy too. You have to go. I shall try to catch the VOD if available. Good night. Yep. Peace out. You shouldn't tease. No one in here can help what they are. I know. I've tried. These last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really. I try not to think of it as personal. I lost my husband and both boys in the Saints' War. My daughter, their legacy took her before she was even mine. I made do. What else can you do? I moved into a tiny place in Ondra's gift, got by mending clothes on the kindness of strangers when I had to, but I was surviving and the gods were watching over me. I could live with that. Then one day this noblewoman comes in, wants this fancy gown fixed, gorgeous thing, this shade of blue I'd never seen before. Only I had. I looked at it and it reminded me of something. I had what they call an awakening. I remembered being a noblewoman myself in another life. People doting over me, men doting over me. Me. The best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you'd never dare to dream of. They were mine. It was poison knowing that. All those things I'd had that I'll never have in this life. It did something to me. My food started to taste rotten. The walls in my little room seemed to close in around me. I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was that or break into an estate and start ordering servants around. It seemed like such a silly thing to worry about. You don't have to tell me. But I can't get past it. And I start to wonder, did the gods choose this life for me? And if so, what terrible thing must I have done to deserve it? We'll say... maybe we'll get there one day. If not in this life, then in another. The strange part is, I think even the best wouldn't be good enough for me anymore. I think it must have gotten to that point when I was that noble lady. Has Emil ever wrote something good other than Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood quest?
I'm here.
I'm gonna go with nope. I mean, he's if if you look up his like TED Talk thing that he did, it is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. Where he basically tells people to write simple stories and only write things that you know about and take no risks. Does Blood Moon count? I never tried it. I didn't know that he wrote Blood Moon, so I won't blame him for Blood Moon's. I won't blame him for Blood Moon's gameplay, but Blood Moon's story is interesting conceptually. I think the gameplay is so annoying, but yeah, that speech is terrible, isn't it? It's like one of the worst things I've ever heard. The worst part is he seems like a fine guy. I don't have anything against Emil personally. Like I'm sure that I could sit down and have a coffee with him and shoot the shit, but like, you know, as a guy who's getting paid like tons and tons of dollars to write stories, you'd think that he could put a little bit more effort into his writing. He just seems like somebody that kind of stumbled into the job. Okay, here's Azo. A round-faced, balding man, he's just like me, for real, turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled upward slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
Ethel Mower told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments.
Yes, well, Ethelmoa hasn't done much good for anybody since he had his soul moved into an inanimate object, so I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If animancers all followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backward and willfully ignorant as Ray and Saris. We would know nothing about life or death, or even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark with no clue as to why.
I can't say his full name. Emil Pagliarulo. Yeah, it's a tough name to say. Animancers must push the boundaries of knowledge, but you must be careful, Azo. Even Defiance Bay isn't as safe for research as it once was. You're right about that much. There are certain questions that have to be asked.
Precisely. I am down here defying my masters because there is good I can do here. And I will not let up bureaucracy stand in the way of that. Who will solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an animancer or it will be no one at all.
Yeah, Emil Papagayo. Emil Pargalone.
Have you tried your experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it now that Ethelmo is involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one point to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood their sacrifices would mean something. Okay, I heard you were demoted. How'd that happen? Azo's nostrils flare as he bites his upper teeth more broadly.
Emil Tortellini. Emil Quesadilla.
That's none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this? Oddmar, that smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how. I'll never know. He spits on the floor as if to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. I'd like access to the North Ward, please. Out of the question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. So you can coerce them into your experiments? Rael told me everything.
She's a patient. That blazing woman knows nothing of the nature of my experiments.
He balls up his fist and digs his teeth into his index finger, a growl simmering beneath his breath and a deep scowl compressing his face.
Fine. Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
He pulls a heavy key from one of his pockets and nearly slams it down on the floor before handing it to you. Okay, peace out.
I'm here.
Yeah, thanks. Didn't Emil do the dragon language, or was it someone else? I don't know who did the dragon language. I would be pretty astonished if it was him. Devaith could be as stuck up as Azo, but Azo could never be as drippy as Devaith. True. Azo really, we could do a drip check on him. I think he's just wearing, like, a shirt. Yeah, I mean, no.
What is
L plus bald plus failed experiment plus whiny.
Yes?
Like, get out of here, dude. Deer wooden shirt, 10 copper. Yeah. Meanwhile, Daedric plate, 10,000 gold. A willowy adolescent boy stands in the center of his cell, gawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead, the occasional blink his only movement, and it is unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind his glassy, doll-like eyes. In this state, the barrier between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. We're going to reach out for his soul. You close your eyes and edge forward toward the boy's soul, and as you near, a sudden melee comes over you. Or malaise. I always forget how to pronounce that. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to retract, and already you feel yourself plunging into some interminable abyss of thought and memory. You are standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child of despondent creators. When the construct is close, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as though it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing toward the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart toward the makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel, you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down corridors unheeded by the constructs and scrutinized only by the wary, untrustworthy eyes of the mad, coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers of the perverse implements of animancy. You set your oversized hands upon a large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room, and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tiered seats of an amphitheater. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still. But this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features, we've heard that one before, is strapping you to a machine, the one you had tampered with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl. But this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous, unlike the others. This one has no soul of its own. The man speaks to the crowd's applause with an enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says, and he pulls a lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, but the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as a crystal globe fills with a radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve, and the glow crawls through a tube along the length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and settings and playing puppeteer for Hollowborn. But you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark, and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back up at the crowd. "Behold," he says, but there is an obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly, you take a plodding step forward, then another and another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. "How do you feel?" he asks at a volume meant for the crowd, and this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes toward you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down onto the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panicked screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who could put their faith in animancy now? You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room you have seen before, expansive, with a tall device encasing an Adra monolith at its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back to reality, and the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that this is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes out from the borrowed husk. A watcher. So, just to recap there, because that was all very lofty stuff we were reading. Basically, this little boy here is not a little boy. Yeah, snap back to reality. The soul of the guy that was at the beginning of the game that awakened our soul, the old man with the metal mask, his soul is inside of this kid's body right now. He's basically infiltrated the sanitarium using his soul as like a stealth device, taking over different people's bodies. And what it showed was Azo's experiment. It did go horribly, horribly wrong, but it went wrong because this guy, his soul was in the little girl that Azo was trying to help. And for a long time, he'd been tampering with the machine behind his back by transferring his soul into the flesh golems that you see around here. So the experiment could have gone off without a hitch, potentially. But it was completely sabotaged by this guy. And now he's back down in the sanitarium again, seemingly trying to fuck with Azo again. Fuck with animancy. Because it said here, who could put their faith in animancy now? So, that's the skinny of it. Okay, you made me into a watcher. I need you to undo it. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems, for that moment, that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, then seems to think better of what he was about to say. His jaw tightens. I know your look, your hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your reason for being. You are like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backwards with startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then suddenly, he slumps forward. Okay.
I'm here.
I'm ready.
We need Palagina's focus activated.
Hi? How may I help?
Jesus Christ, we are getting beat up.
I'm here.
Beyond sea.
God damn it, Dareloth.
Lavaru, be on seek!
Lavaru, be on.
We really got fucked up here.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Oi, Ixiana.
Oh, I did not mean to disengage there, dude. That was some horse
Your
shit.
thoughts must flow deeply. Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks so hard. We'll see if the Grieving Mother can pull through. Yeah, no. Not a chance. Wow. That was some fucking... Oh, that was annoying. Oh, no. Don't tell me we're way back here. I didn't quick save. Oh my god, what is wrong with me?
What is the meaning of this? Who will solve what? She's up. Fine.
Okay. So, what's really annoying about that fight is that when you go to talk to the door with your party front, like, your party structure's backwards when you go there. So really, we need to be facing the door like this. That way our melee people are actually in the front of the order.
I'm here.
We'll just approach with Grieving Mother.
Indeed.
Okay, I'm gonna skip through all that again. There we go.
I'm here.
Hi?
I'm ready.
Hmm?
Okay.
Oi, Ixiana.
Hi?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
On seek.
Jesus Christ.
Hi?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
I'm ready.
How may I help?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Worthy.
Oh, okay. Much easier when your party's facing the same way. Jesus Christ. Really cool cutscene, though, considering what the game can offer. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a little, obviously, dated, but... Okay. Let's do a quick little rest here.
I'm here.
Yeah, I probably should have saved. This party structure was my problem also in BG3 because I like to talk to people. Yeah, BG3, I feel like BG3's party stuff is a lot easier to manage, actually, than the formation system of this game. Wonder if I can... Here, hold on. If I can just bring me out first. Yeah, and then we'll... Oh, Jesus Christ, I just got bodied. Okay, we'll have Pallegina come out first. Okay, everyone stand up. Yeah. Pallegina, come on out and help, please. And we need to move her.
Your
Your
thoughts
mother.
must flow
Yes. Adair.
deeply indeed.
Durance, you fat fuck. I hate Durance, man. I mean, I love him as a character, but he's just always in the way. I feel like no matter what I do, Durance is standing somewhere blocking my way. Doing some stupid shit.
Yes?
Game really has sudden difficulty spike. Kind of. I guess it all just depends on how quickly you're taking encounters. Like, we could have leveled up a lot more before doing this, but I just wanted to come down here. We haven't even done any of the endless paths yet. We could have gone there and gotten some XP and leveled, but considering that I'm trying to beat this game and Pillars 2 in less than a month now, I'm gonna have to start being a little bit quicker, especially if I'm gonna be reading all the dialogue and stuff in this game. So,
Yes?
we could be taking this a lot safer and smarter, but it's a conscious choice not to.
I'd be glad to.
There's a lot of really good damage that we have from all the guns in the back, though.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
There we go. Got 1,000 XP for those flesh constructs. Okay. Let's go talk to Bro. What the blazes happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions. It's complicated. A patient of yours, Uskrim, was working for the Leaden Key only without knowing it. You finish your explanation, and Ethelmower breaks his silence. I have read accounts of people in history who could do what you describe. The accounts are few and brief, and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest that they are all the same person.
If truly such a person was here among us, plotting our ruin, would that I had a body again and could be of some real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was loss of innocent life. We very nearly had another scandal on our hand. What of Ozzo? What part did his experiment play in this catastrophe? Ozzo was only trying to help patients. The Letting Key took advantage of him. I should have known better than to isolate him. Of course he wouldn't resort to deception. The wiser thing would be to allow his experiments, with close oversight, of course. A mind like his must be allowed a chance to create. Got your work cut out. Perhaps I will manage to finish Pillars 2. Tried already, but didn't upgrade my ship enough. The ship
there.
upgrades are not
How is it you
too
Eothasians
bad.
stay so optimistic?
Hello!
The world has not given your kind much reason to hope.
Dunreed Row Messenger. Beg your pardon, I have a message for you. You are summoned to Hadrid House where Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. They say she's an ancient spider, spinning her nets throughout the city. He gives you a careful look. If she wishes to see you, that either bodes very well or very ill. Tell me about Lady Webb. Do you not know Lady Webb? She's... well, no one's seen her exactly in a long time, but she's the mistress of Dunreed Row. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. He pauses, eyeing passerbys with suspicion. Quietly he continues. She's supposed to be old. Older than anybody. And she never leaves her room. Some say she's wasted away and she's just a pile of bones kept animated by dark magics. She's still at it, best anyone can tell. Learning things, keeping us safe, pulling the strings behind the throne too, it's said. Has a ring of ciphers doing her bidding, telling her everything that goes on. You do wrong in this country, before you go asking the gods for forgiveness. Best you ask Lady Webb first. What is Dunreed Row? A whole mess of ciphers run out of Hadrid House. They make it their business to keep the peace, but they don't like you to see them do it. But they don't like you to see them do it. Problems in this city have a way of going away on their own, and when that happens, you can make a pretty good guess as to why. Okay, sure. Oh, we got some assassins.
Get to a certain point, you realize.
Yep.
Hi?
This is our first cast of fireball. Yeah, whatever, just send it.
Tear out all
Yeah, not really that worth it.
your hair.
Jeez.
Hi?
Aye.
Sanitarium.
I'm ready.
Wait for better days.
Yeah, like, Durance just fucking sucks, man.
Voice falls silent.
Such a terrible companion. He gets down in every fight, I swear to God. I did not do anything. Man named Durance, he sure ain't durable. No, he's got... doesn't he have just, like, weird-ass stats, too? Yeah, he has 9 dex and 9 perception. Like, who else has stats that low? That's crazy. And his might isn't even that high, so, like, he's not... Like, I put my might to 17, so I could at least, like, heal effectively. His intelligence is low. I mean, his resolution's, like, really high, which makes sense for him, because he's, you know... He's Durance. But, yeah, his stats are just fucking not great. Written on the scrap of parchment is a concise but detailed description of you, including your name, your distinguishing features, and everyone you're known to have associated with in your brief time in Deerwood.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I'm here.
Looks like Rasputin, but lacks the sheer fucking baseness. Oh no. Let's not get it twisted. Durance is pretty based. I mean, I get what you're saying, though. Couldn't take a bullet to the head type of guy. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real, the recollection of an emotion rather than an emotion itself. It wrenches your insides, nevertheless. The apparition's brow is tensed, a look of concern plain across its face.
The other missionaries say you have been neglectful of your duties.
Yeah, my mind has been somewhere else.
Oh? And what troubles you?
The pain in your stomach deepens, and you feel for a moment as though you are about to be sick. Your mouth has gone dry. Forgive me, Eminence. I wish to leave the order. The man folds his fingers together and presses them to his mouth, thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
The people we intended to convert, they committed unspeakable acts, sacrifices, mutilations. The apparition exhales slowly, and its lips press together, a sympathetic rapport in its eyes. It places its hand on your shoulder.
These are the ways of the heathen world.
Surely the gods would do better to destroy us all and start anew.
Perhaps they would. It may come to that one day. This is why we must not fail. The heathens are beyond the gods' reach. They do not know better. We are tasked with delivering them to the gods, so that the gods may heal their souls.
Is such a thing possible?
I have seen it with my own eyes. You will see it too, if you choose to remain. There is no greater calling than the one we have chosen. Neither words, nor wealth, nor battle will end this suffering. Only the gods. Will you give them that chance?
The knot in your stomach seems to loosen all at once, and the anxiety is replaced with something else entirely, something warm and soothing, and it is something you know and can never repay. As the vision fades, you start to become cognizant of the many odd looks aimed in your direction. Your last response echoes in your mind. I will. Okay. Yeah, Madam Webb will see you now. Such an unfortunate name for Lady Webb here. Yeah, that is cool that she gets higher perception because she's a avian godlike. This woman clutches a thick stack of parchment with spindly, wrinkled fingers, their flesh stretched thin to a near translucence with extreme age, a gossamer veil over pale blue veins. Ink splotches and candle burns dot and stripe her hands like a quilt patterned after some great, indescribable truth. She does not look up from her reading.
So, the messenger conveyed my summons. A miracle that would make the reincarnation of Aethys look like a child's cantrip, surely. It doesn't draw the most inspired minds, messaging. They failed me so many times of late, I nearly sent a cipher after you instead. So this is the Watcher who took over Cad Noir. Oh, don't look so surprised. It isn't an attractive expression. I wouldn't be where I am for long if I let details like that escape me.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to do voiceover right now for my lines, but because I'm taking a phone call, but I will still be here clicking through. Okay, I have to read this one. This is exactly what I would picture Alos's mother to be like.
And this fiasco in the sanitarium that you seem to have gotten yourself into the middle of. What in blazes possessed you to stir that nest of trouble? Strange does not begin to describe them. The practices of the Leaden Key defy all reason. You're not the only one with an interest in their recent activities. I've lost 4 ciphers this year alone trying to get someone inside their ranks. As it is, we only have our suspicions about who is in the group and what they intend, which I suppose means we have much in common with them. I asked you here because I wanted to know what your interest was in all of this. I thought perhaps we might help each other. Why are you looking for the leaden key? The gods are cruel, I'm afraid. The man you seek is Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key. One of the most elusive and dangerous men Eora has ever known. Because you have seen his face, and that makes it a simple matter for me to see it. You even happened to catch him in his ceremonial garb, it seems. It must have been a special occasion. More than most, though very few would know so much as his name. And there is no way of knowing how much of what I've read is true. What scraps of evidence exist suggest that he has died many times, only to be reborn each time exactly the same man. Awakened during adolescence with all the knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes. The plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit. Needless to say, this is not the natural order of things. But he is said to be one of Woodica's favored, and that old bat was never one to let rules get in the way of favoritism.
Okay, I'm back.
That may also explain another supposed gift of his. His body is no boundary to his soul, and he is known to take possession of others, if their souls are weak enough. Often it is for elaborate deceptions, but sometimes he simply forces them to kill themselves. He is not known for his generous supply of pity. He is also not one to show himself in any but their most critical matters. If he has directly involved himself in whatever the group plots now, it may be your only chance to find him. And once you do find him, if you can find him, I would not hold my hopes too high if I were you. He is a driven, single-minded man. He will not have the slightest concern for your problems.
How do you know so much about Theos?
The same way I come by all my knowledge. Exhaustive research, spying, bribery, perhaps some less savory measures. Whatever the knowledge demands, I pay in full. There is nothing of greater value. Unfortunately, with Theos, there is also nothing more scarce. He has covered his tracks far too well. His manipulations of the course of history are lost to time now, though I believe they were many.
Okay, what do you want from me?
Keep me informed. The Leaden Key has been busy lately, and that is distressing news. I can only guess as to what they intend. You seem to have a knack for turning the stones they've crawled beneath. Keep turning them. Dunreed Row will not stop you. Whatever it is they're up to, figuring it out will be of great use to both of us. In your case, it will surely point you to Theos. In return, I will share our knowledge with you as we learn it, and provide you with what assistance I can.
Very well.
If you find your trail has run cold, come to me with whatever you have. There is much I may be able to do for you. Well, let's hear it.
Okay, so we're going to tell her that I found Theos in Brackenberry Sanitarium impersonating a patient. He was trying to damage the public's opinion of animancy.
Forgive me, it is unlike Theos to leave witnesses. He must be furious. He did not aid you as you'd hoped, I take it? Well, take heart. With any luck, when he has finished his business, he will surely come and find you again, if only to kill you while you sleep. This news of yours makes sense, of course. To dabble in animancy is to puzzle over the secrets of the gods. This would not be the Leaden Key's first action against it. But if this is connected to their other activities, we may be in for something on a much larger scale. If we can learn more about their goals and methods, perhaps we can get the palace behind us. With Avar's support, we may be able to put a stop to this.
Okay.
Try your best not to die out there.
Thanks, Lady Webb.
I'm here.
Keeping it real. So, we've got a name for our mystery man now. That is Theos Ix Arcanon, who's been basically haunting us all game. And now we know kind of what the Leaden Key's up to. They were trying to tarnish the name of Animancy, which is a little bit suspicious. I need to change my party arrangement. Durance needs to be in the way back. Gets down so often, man. Okay, so we got that done. We're very close to level 6. I think the next thing that we could do is probably in Deerford. He's a very good antagonist. Yeah, I totally agree. Let's see. We can pick up a quest really quickly in First Fires. There's a handful of quests that we haven't done yet, but this one is kind of on our way to some other stuff. It's going to be interesting to see how much of this game we actually get complete. Because there's certain things that, like, you don't need to do for Pillars 2. For those who don't know, Pillars 2 is a direct sequel to Pillars 1, so the choices you make in Pillars 1 do have a direct impact. So we can talk to her first.
Good day, stranger.
The woman's head is bowed as her lips move in prayer. Just as you approach, you catch her glimpsing at a statue near her. She notices you and forces a smile. Praise be to Magrin, and welcome to her temple. How may I be of service? You seem upset. Her shoulders slump. This is about the fires, isn't it? She puts a hand on your shoulder. They're just symbols. You can put your faith in them, or you can't put your faith in them. The fires? She sighs. The sacred pyres all around town. You must have seen the statues of the goddess around the city, holding up empty braziers. I've kept them burning steadily for 15 years, but I haven't been able to conjure them for months now, and people need to see them more than ever these days. What does that mean? It's my devotions and prayers that keep them lit, but lately, when I try to pray, all I can think about are the Hollowborn all over the city. The grieving families, the refugees. She shakes her head. How could Magrin allow us to suffer like this? What strength do we gain from a soulless child? Durance grunts with disdain.
What strengths do we gain from adversity? From trial and test? The fires don't wither because she lacks in faith. They wither because she does not understand how to be faithful to a whore. A whore wants neither praise nor devotion. A whore wants to be compensated for her services, and Magrin is paid and pleasured in sweat and struggle and pain. This mewling imbecile is unworthy of Magrin's womanly heart.
We'll say, take heart, don't abandon your faith too easily. She nods hopefully, her hands clasped together. You're right, and fortunately I believe Magrin's been speaking to me again. She casts a quick glance in your direction. You are also devout, aren't you? Surely you can understand what I'm about to tell you. Lately I've been seeing visions. A place in the wilderness with pools filled with sunbursts of color. Strange falls that seem to rise to the heavens even while they splash into the earth. She raises her hands as if framing an image of her vision. And behind the falls is a cave, filled with fire and heat and danger, and some token of my goddess. I know there's something there, but where it is or how I'd get there. She shakes her head. I've been meaning to ask around at the expedition hall to see if anyone recognizes the description. To be honest, though, I don't know what I'd even do if I found the place.
Worthless. like so many of Magrin's flock, afraid of her god's tests. If Magrin speaks to her, it is to hasten an end to a hypocrite's life, and this vision is surely a death trap for the weak.
Your Durin's voice is your Trump voice dropped an octave.
Worthless, like so many of Magrin's flock, afraid of her god's test. If Magrin speaks to her, it is to hasten an end to a hypocrite's life, and this vision is surely a death trap for the weak. Really?
Durin sounds like someone salty over their ex dumped them. Well, that's kind of his whole storyline. Yeah, okay, goodbye. So we got that quest picked up. And then we can go talk to this guy. It's going to be a lot of dialogue, too. Thank you for coming, Hedoro. I've been trying to track you down for some time. This is Marshal Forwin, Earl Bademeyer's military advisor. He will serve as a witness for this proceeding. He gestures at the man next to him. Well met, Road Warden. Your reputation precedes you. I admit you've created a bit of a stir throughout the nobility with your reclamation of Cadnua. Most are still not sure what to think of you. What's this about? The legitimacy of your claim to Cadnua is questionable. Earl Bademeyer has issued a ruling on the matter. If there were no other claimant, you would be correct. Unfortunately, this is not the case. All will be made clear once Lord Gathbin arrives. Do you have any questions for me while we await? Thank you. The Durin's voice is, I honestly don't know how that voice actor did that voice for that many lines, because it's a little stressful on the throat after a while. Like, if Trump was a chain smoker, well, maybe he was a chain smoker, maybe probably back in the day. Who could say, really? Not that Trump is really known for doing that many drugs, but maybe a cigarette's a little bit different, you never know. Tell me about Earl Bademeyer. Earl Bademeyer comes from an esteemed line of lords that rose to prominence after the War of Defiance, some 150 years ago. Crazy, really. The Deerwood consists of 7 earldoms. The Bademeyers govern the northern earldoms known as the Grasp. As to the current Bademeyer, he is a fine man, as I know a lot of fine men. It's an honor to serve him. It really is. Oh, here comes Lord Gathbin now. Got the gang all here. An opulently dressed man strides toward the Chancellor, his sandy hair trailing him like a banner caught in a light breeze, boot heels echoing throughout the hall. An elven woman with cropped hair, dressed in dark, glinting mail, shadows his steps before taking position alongside him. She watches you unabashedly, taking your measure. Nobody hates Lord Gathbin more than I do. Okay, Lord Gathbin. What does this guy sound like?
Let's move past this formality as quickly as possible. I've other matters to attend to. It's well known that Cadnua belongs to me by right. And where is this pretender? He who murdered the Radricks, my own sister and her husband, and now steals my land. Where is this low-born wretch?
Warren clears his throat and glances at you.
This man here, this is the Lord of Cadnua. I thought he was just another servant, perhaps a valet or a porter.
Can we get on with this, please? Warren breaks the seal on the scroll and unfurls it. Regarding the matter of the Gathbin claim on Cadnua, Earl Bademar finds that the Gathbin claim was never relinquished. By law, Cadnua is the rightful property of the Gathbin family.
I knew it.
Gathbin smirks at you triumphantly. I'm not finished reading, my lord. Gathbin rolls his eyes and motions for the Chancellor to continue. However, the Earl recognizes Hedoro's part in reclaiming Cadnua, a site that has stood abandoned and even some would say cursed for over a century. Before Cadnua is returned to the Gathbin family, the Earl has decreed that Lord Gathbin will provide compensation in the form of
absolutely not.
Gathbin folds his arms, a defiant scowl on his face. Did you say this guy should be Peter Griffin? My lord, Warren raises his eyebrows. The amount is quite reasonable and a requirement for your land to be returned to you. If you'll just allow me to finish... no, I'll not pay another copper to this miscreant for my ancestral land. Do you think I'm blind to the Earl's motives, lackey? He thinks he can send a message with this insult. I have a message you can send that son of a whore. Gathbin raises an open hand as the Chancellor shrinks from him, arms raised in defense. Let's yell, enough! Hey, how dare you give me an order? Gathbin whirls to face you. Milord, I suggest you calm yourself, immediately. The Marshal's tone is calm, but his hand rests on the hilt of his sword. The elven woman deftly draws a pistol from her thick leather belt. Her eyes widen in anticipation. My lords, please, there's no need for violence. Lord Gathbin holds your gaze for several heartbeats, his eyes burning with hatred. I'll be coming for what's mine. Count on it. Come, Captain Emery. We're leaving. Come on, Joe. He sneers defiantly before storming down the hall. The captain lowers her pistol and gives a smirking shrug before following her employer. Yeah, Joe, this is just like that one time I tried to get Cad Nua back from the Watcher. Well, I can't say that Gathbin's reaction was entirely unexpected. Through no fault of your own, I'm afraid you've made a powerful enemy. In any case, Cad Nua now officially belongs to you since Lord Gathbin has rejected the Earl's decree. Here, this belonged to one of the old lords of Cad Nua. By right, it is now yours. Okay. It was a pleasure to finally meet you, my lord. Perhaps we'll speak again under more pleasant circumstances. Farewell, Hedoro. Yeah, shut up, Meg.
I'm here.
Okay. So, we did that. That's a little bit more XP. Not much, but a little bit. Yeah, and then someone mentioned we need to join a faction. I think we're going to join the Crucible Knights. Because I just like them the most. I think the dozen are a little bit too radical, I guess. I did the dozen on my first playthrough because they seemed like pro the people, but you know.
How do you do?
Justiciar Aldmar. Aldmar gives you an appraising eye. Judging by the scars on his face, he's lucky to be able to do that much. Every day we get more from the hinterlands pouring into Defiance Bay. Keeps us busy on the watch, it does. You look like you recently arrived yourself. Okay, I guess we don't really need to talk to this guy. I'm going to try avoiding talking to people that we have no business talking to. Does this blacksmith over here have soulbound items? I remember him having...
If this is about the breastplates, I already told Cleaver they won't be repaired till next week.
Yeah, what do you
I'm a
do
forge
here?
master. I'm a master smith for the Crucible Knights.
Welcome back, Master
The way
Odemo.
I see it, I'm also keeping up with our old traditions. The first members of our order were smiths. Nowadays, most everyone's a professional soldier. I suppose it's to be expected, but I think it's important we keep up with our roots, too.
Oh, I can't trade with them until I join the Knights. That's right. I remember him having really good gear, though. You did the Dominels on your first playthrough? I did Dominels on one of my playthroughs.
Don't have the manpower.
I guess I've done like 3 playthroughs of this game, but I never finished that one.
Refugees from every corner of the Deerwood. The dozens getting them all riled up about animancy. At this rate, we'll need twice the soldiers to patrol Defiance Bay. Yes? Can I help you with something?
Why don't you have enough soldiers?
Fleetbreaker Castle. The High Justice has summoned almost half of my novitiates and more of my justiciars to a keep on the other side of New Hailmar. It's not for me to question the High Justice's orders, but it's left us short-handed. And mark me, we're just a couple sparks away from anarchy.
Is there any way I can help? I know how to handle myself. He gives you a thin smile. Always refreshing to meet someone who'd rather fix a problem than complain about it. Forge Master Dunstan is working with an animancy scholar to build what we're calling Forge Knights. Warriors that can patrol our streets without suffering fatigue, disobedience, or fear. Some agitator throws a rock at him. We don't have to worry about things getting out of hand. He's constructed the armor, but we need the scholar's research. Unfortunately, she hasn't been around the last few times my novitiates have checked.
Vienna lives with the rest of the Scriveners out in Copper Lane, but I haven't the soldiers to spare at the moment. Go to the Scrivener's dormitory and see if you can find her. When you get the research, just bring it to Dunstan. This is his area of expertise anyway.
Animancy is tolerated in most parts of the Republics, but some Valians prefer the community in Defiance Bay for their research. I hope she hasn't been forced out of a city, or worse.
Once you brought him the research, he can sell you any arms or armor if you need. He forges and repairs all of our equipment. You won't find a more capable smith in Defiance Bay. Was there something else I can do for you?
Nope. Played a rogue, so dominoes for you. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they're they're not great people though. Can't lie. There's the altar. Promise to heal you on your first playthrough. I want to say I made my promise to heal you on my first playthrough as well. You can sign the souls to Rimmergon's Oblivion for some reason. That is like a total doomer ending right there. Penhelm, this is who we're looking for.
Welcome.
Right? Okay, never mind. Oh, in here. This is what we're looking for. Wyla, that's her name. The Justicier's gaze flicks over you briefly before returning to the novitiates gathered in the training area. If this is about patrols, my novitiates are already stretched to their limits. Between the refugee influx and the mess at Heritage Hill, I simply don't have any units to spare. After a pause, she looks over you again. I'm sorry, was there something else you need? Is there something wrong at Heritage Hill? She lowers her voice. What isn't wrong is the real question. A whole district of walking, flesh-eating corpses. We sealed the area 2 months ago, just after I lost one of my finest commanders there, and yet this is the second guard rotation to disappear. There are already enough rumors about the place floating around the keep without my soldiers whispering about these disappearances. She shakes her head. I'd just as soon abandon the district but if those monsters should find a way out. Yeah, I could look into it. She steps back and regards you. After what I've just told you, you want to go to Heritage Hill. I've lost trained soldiers there. Why should I let anyone in? It just seems like you could use the help. If you're so eager to rush to your death, I won't stop you. She quietly looks on to the novitiates. And if you're somehow able to put a stop to this, you've got my permission to enter Heritage Hill. I'll send word to the guards at the gate. Thanks. Huge. I don't think we're going to go to Heritage Hill just yet. I would like to get another level at least. And there's plenty of stuff that we can still do. Namely, we want to get to the... we want to get to Searing Falls, because then we can go over here and we can progress Sagani's questline. I think we did everything in Black Meadow, Magrin's Fork, Gilded Vale, Eastern Wood, all that shit. There's the quest we could do with the actors. There's a handful of quests in Copper Lane, actually. Oh, Adair wants to talk? Yeah, we should talk to him.
The only thing the Knights of the Crucible worship these days is the nobility, as far as I understand it.
Well, he skipped his first line of dialogue. A strange place for a shrine to Abidan, Crucible Keep. Maybe it made more sense at some point before it gathered all that dust. Only thing the Knights of the Crucible worship these days is the nobility, as far as I understand it. I knew some soldiers who got recruited by the Knights after the war was over. They told me some about it. They get these young kids in there when they tell them about blacksmithing and about the revolution and about tradition. Talk about the Golem like he created the Crucible Knights in his forge to go win Deerwood's independence. Then they join, and it turns out any of those knights ever talk about is... then they join, And it turns out all any of those knights ever talk about is when are we going to get recognized as a real knighthood? When are we going to get our titles and our land? Their High Justiciar wants to be an earl. Says it's Abidan's will. He's got a castle and an army. Wonder how long he'll wait before he starts a war Man, I can't read right now. You wonder how long he'll wait before he starts a war over it, saying Abidan told him to. I think as a religious fundamentalist here, we're going to say, for all we know, maybe Abidan is telling him to. Wouldn't be the first time a god inspired his followers to make a mess of things. It makes you wonder if we'd all be better off not listening to him. We're seeing the cracks in Adair's faith manifest in real time.
Good day, stranger.
Here you go. Love the narration. Thank you. Also, I saw that you became a channel member recently, Sir Ragu, so thank you very much. The old man studies the amulet.
Rowena used to wear this. Where did you get it?
Even now he feels the soul of his beloved, recognizes the spirit that haunts his memories, his dreams. He would happily drown in them. Yet what kind of fate is it for his beloved, trapped between lives for his comfort?
From Helig, who's kept her soul trapped inside it for decades. It's time to set her free. Dalton's eyes widen in horror.
No, please. After searching for her for so long.
He gazes at the amulet.
Just to have her close to me, to visit her in my dreams, that would be enough.
Enough for you, but what about her? If you'd keep her trapped in this amulet for the sake of your own comfort, you're no better than the wizard who imprisoned her. Dalton's expression withers.
You're right. Please, let me do it.
He draws a club with a trembling hand and crushes the amulet. As the gems crack, you feel essence rush from it. The old man looks at the shattered gemstone.
Thank you for showing me reason. Perhaps she'll wait for me in the next life.
He looks at his hands, shaking.
By the flame. She won't have to wait long. Please, take this.
He hands you the club.
It's from my old adventuring days. I think it's time I finally let them go.
Okay, it's a level up for 3 of our people. Is this the Soulbound club? Yeah. Scepter? Soulbound Scepter. I mean, we could give it to Dareloth, I guess. Scepter is from Cadnua's quest. Oh, gotcha. Where's the club? There it is. Who needs a club? I don't even think I'm going to use this. I mean, it might be better than Gon's share. Cases. Air grazes. Yeah, I think Gon's share is better.
Yes?
Okay. Let's go talk to the actors really quick. We can get this quest set up. Right here? Yeah, Lumdala. The statuesque woman has a gaze that could cut stone. She turns her chiseled cheekbones to the sky and favors you with a look of acknowledgement. Her eyes shimmer under silvered eyeshadow and a razor-precise line of kohl. Before you can speak, she throws her hands up in dramatic fashion.
Autographs after the performance, please. Great art requires concentration, and greatness is expected from the Revel of Stars.
What is the Revel of Stars?
We are the finest theater troupe in the city. We believe that the best art is immersive and true to life.
She looks at the amphitheater with rapturous expression.
We stage our performances right here in Copper Lane for the edification of all. I suppose I can spare a moment for a fan.
You guys take new members?
But of course. Good drama is a balm to the soul, and we wish to offer a true theatrical experience to as many as possible.
What kind of members do you take?
We'll take in the new and the old, the tall and the small, the experienced and inexperienced, whoever is best suited to fulfill a role to the utmost. How long do you keep members? As long as they're able to satisfy the demands of their roles. She smooths a wayward strand of hair. True acting can be a grueling process, so some last longer than others. Yeah, what do you do? That depends entirely on the demands of the role. She lays a slender hand on her chest. I am the Pallid Knight, the Widow of the Wood, and the Warrior Queen Magka, all at different times. To live a different life each day is a glorious thing indeed, my friend. The grieving mother retreats from the actress. Her mind deceives. Her voice enchants. She seeks to become what you desire, to blind you to the truth. Do not trust her, Watcher. Okay. I thought that
Something
that
lies
set something
here
up.
for the eyes.
Oh, hey, it's the scarab thing. Maybe I guess there's a different person I have to talk to than her. Need to go to Curran and Dunreed Row to get it. Okay. I'll go do that in a minute. Paragon. Oh yeah, she was at the bridge. I don't remember what voice I was gonna do for her, so I'm just gonna sell some of this stuff. Still no idea what this game is about, but seems chill. The game is basically about... How do I summarize this? You wake up...
This looks like the kind of place we could find allies. For a prize.
Yeah. Thanks, Dareloth. You wake up in a caravan that you're a part of, searching for new land to settle. So you're on like a settler caravan. And then the storm happens, you go through this ruin with survivors of the storm, and your soul winds up getting awakened, which essentially means that there is another soul that used to be you. There's like a process of reincarnation in this game. So the person who used to inhabit your soul has awakened in your body, and you're now reliving memories from an age long past. This is going to mess up your brain, and you'll basically crack and go insane eventually if you don't fix this problem. So you set off to try to find a cure for your awoken soul. That's the basic premise of how this game starts. Bandon Lear, a well-groomed man, steps through the hall with a confident swagger, a smug grin etched on his face. He's flanked by 5 other hard-looking individuals. Bind the Nimble. One of his companions eyes you for a moment before spitting chew at your feet. Another pup come wandering in, I see. Just know that Burns Giant Slayer runs things round here, and you'll be fine. Whatever you say. That's good advice. Here's the rest. 1. The choice bounties are ours. 2. The Giant Slayers don't share. It's that simple. A voice bellows across the hall. Enough jabber, Burn. You gonna do the job or talk about it? His jaw tightens. Wenning's right. That coin ain't gonna collect itself. He looks at his comrades and jerks his chin toward the door. See you around, Pop. Yeah, see ya, dickheads. So the only reason that I came in here was to get some XP, because you do get XP for exploring new locations in this game. We don't really want to have anything to do with the dozen. And all quests have a dark conclusion. Yeah, pretty much.
Next time we get the chance, I'm buying you a pint. That means a lot to Dare. Oh, do you want one too? Sorry, I meant for Isselmere. I'll get you one too.
Adair's so cheeky, dude. He's so funny. Okay. This house has something. We got a level up now. Grieving Mother is the last one that needs a level. Oh yeah, we need to... I guess we can go talk to
girl afterwards. Mercenary, a guard holds up a hand as you approach. You can turn right back around. The lower floor is all yours, but nobody goes upstairs. Okay, I guess we'll go to the Goose and Fox. Get the quest. Can't remember if there's anything back here. There is something, it looks like. Oh, this is Lumdala's house. Yeah, we'll need to come back here eventually at some point. Need to go pick up more quests. There's also that robbery quest. That's true. That's over... Yeah, I'll walk over there. I guess there's a shit ton of stuff to do in Copperland.
Bring back the feisty one. There's a woman can do some damage squeezing her legs together.
It isn't a parlor trick. Besides, she doesn't take orders well.
She has backbone, that woman. Does it scare you?
No, but I won't be responsible for what happens if you call her whore.
Do you prefer the pausing combat or turn-based like BG3? I think I like turn-based more. The pausing is like... It takes so much more focus and brain power, honestly. Like, the turn-based combat is nice because it's more predictable. Like, you can really plan out your turn in advance and, like, figure out what you're going to do.
These pages serve no better use than fuel for the fire.
Classic. Classic Durance. Just always mad about something. But yeah, turn-based I think is a lot easier to play because you can plan stuff out a little bit easier. Like, real-time with pausing is... Yeah, the pausing is super confusing. Especially, like... You know, if you start a spell, like Dareloth here, if I start casting Expose Vulnerabilities here, who's to say that the enemy won't run out of it, you know? So I'm not as nearly as good at this game as I am at something like Baldur's Gate.
I'm here.
Okay, we can maybe pump some points into... I guess more athletics is fine. Pillars 2 have turn-based easier. Yeah, I know that Pillars 2 does have turn-based as an option, but I've never played it. Faithful of Aethys gain an accuracy bonus with Flail and Morning Stars, and can cast a healing spell that shortens frightened and terrified durations. That seems pretty good. Also, that plus 10 accuracy to maces would help out a lot with Gon's share. So, fuck it. We'll do that. Then we'd be hitting more often. Not that we're like a damage character, but still. Okay, Grieving Mother, my beloved. We'll do more mechanics, because we need somebody with mechanics. Secret Horrors, I remember being pretty good. It'll frighten enemies in an AoE. We'll take it. Yeah, Biting Whip is what we want here as well. Cool, that's done. For you, it was way easier to play. Yeah, I'll have to try it out then. I don't know. I've never done it on my own time. Okay, I don't really like any of these. Lengrath's Displaced Image might be good. I don't know. I've never used it. I mean, that seems pretty useful at the very least. And then offensive, I think we can do... How's it going, Joe Mama? I think we could do something offense related. Scepter would probably be noble. Yeah, dagger, rapier, mace, scepter, rod. Sure. I always forget how soul binding stuff works. Like, if we bind this to Dareloth, we can unbind it at some point, right? Oh, this item cannot be equipped by any... Yeah, sure, I don't care. Yes. Might as well get that going.
I'm here.
Oh, we still got 3 characters to level up. Okay, a dare. Honestly, I'm not going to level up anything else. Let's see. Adventurer. Yeah, if you unbind it, you have to do it all over again. Yeah, that's fine. We can get... I want to give a dare at some point the Warhammer from the White March. So we're going to go in with the weapon-focused soldier, I think. I think that would be good. Either that or... I think I already gave him two-handed focus. So yeah, we'll go with the soldier. Greatsword. I mean, we'll find a greatsword for him to use in the meantime. Okay, Durance. God damn it, Durance. Do that. Interdiction's fine for him. I just keep him around because he's cool. Pelagina. Oh, Wrath of 5 Suns. Yeah, seems good.
I'm here.
You probably have Pelagina's fire or fine greatsword unless you sold it. Yeah, I haven't sold anything in quite a while. I do have her fine greatsword. Pelagina's actually got this greatsword, so we'll give this one to Durance. Oops. Unironically, this Durance staff has been really good, so we'll give that to Pelagina. Your rogue had that Warhammer be... wait, your rogue had that Warhammer kind of became a warrior with 25 might?
Yes.
That's insane. That's crazy. I think this is who we're looking for. Grimda, yes. An elderly dwarf surveys the stacks. Her skin looks as tough and wrinkled as a walnut. Despite her stature, she manages to look down her nose at you. You're welcome to look around, but let the priests and scriveners continue their search. She shoots the nearest robed figure a withering glare. Wouldn't do to give them any other excuses. An animancer named Nedin asked me to retrieve the theorems of Pangram from the Elder Archives. Grimda's impressive frown deepens. Thank you for letting me know. I'll be sure to tuck that tome away from prying eyes and see that this Nedin never sets foot in here again. In the meantime, here, a token of our appreciation. What else do you need? What are you looking for? I could trust you to bring it back, I suppose. You certainly don't, or couldn't do worse than this lot anyway. Thieves made off with an ancient scroll of wall. They intend to blaspheme by selling that which should remain hidden, a secret of the 100 Visions. Her wiry eyebrows arch over her spectacles. The guard caught one of them, but were overzealous in their interrogation. All they could piece together was something about a farmhouse and the road to Deerford. Track the thieves down. I don't care what you do with them, but bring back the scroll. WoW rewards the persistent seeker, and so do I. I can't remember if we were supposed to bring Haravius here. Feels like I should have brought him here to save time. Oh well. Had 10 con, so a bit fragile. My first character had pretty low con, because he was just supposed to sit in the back.
So those feathers, that's a blessing of Helia?
So they say.
Well, that's lucky. Where I'm from, we see a feathered lady, we start worrying maybe her dad got frisky with his hens.
I guess you can always trust a farm boy's head to go there first.
Yeah, so there are 11 gods of Aora, for those of you who might be new to this series. Helia is kind of like Kinnereth in Elder Scrolls. She's a goddess of, like, love, sort of. She's a goddess of life. She's a goddess of kindness. And she's also a goddess of, like, heavens and birds. And she's portrayed with bird-like features. So Pelagina is actually she's an avian godlike. And that's why she has these feathers instead of hair. And we are a moon godlike, after Andra, moon goddess. And so we have a moon on our head.
I'm here.
Let's see. What do we want to do? Oh yeah, I need to go talk to the crying lady in here about her husband.
I'd be glad to.
There you are. Okay, honestly, I'm just gonna skip this. Her husband is selling drugs. His name's Pernisk. He's selling drugs. Their relationship got bad. We're gonna go bust into their house. Pernisk is not acting like himself either. We gotta speed up the
Work
pace.
for the Dukes of the Valian Republics, huh?
Ah, for as long as they will allow.
Must be nice always knowing who you're supposed to serve.
Well, there are 5 of them, but even so, knowing who is easier than knowing how.
The man before you flashes you a toothy and rather unpleasant grin. Well now, a new face. Welcome, friend. Name's Pernisk. And this, he gestures to the room around you, is my humble abode and place of business. And I do hope you're here to do some business. What's your business exactly? If you have to ask, let's be clear. You go run into the guards, you're going to regret ever stepping foot in this place. In fact, I'd put even odds on you regretting every decision you made in your life to leave you standing in front of me right now. But you stay smart, and I figure we can end up very good friends. You can ask my previous customers. They'll vouch for my supply. I keep it simple. If you have the coin, I have the sveff. You're free to make use of the premises, so long as you don't do anything stupid and you don't get to tangling with the other customers. Now, what can I get you? Told you to keep clear. Oh, okay. That's just going to trigger a fight, I guess. If I go in here. Oh, who would have thought Durance is going to die? Who actually could have predicted that Durance would be the one to die and get caught in the fray?
I'd be glad to.
Okay, well, here's what I would like to do. I'm gonna move in here anyway. Oh no, turns out this Pernisk guy was an imposter. He's not the real one. Don't worry about it.
I'm here.
It's not the most engaging quest in the whole world. Okay,
What?
Durance, you are going to bless everybody. Adair, you can go for this guy first. Grieving Mother, back up. Aloth, back up. Aloth, do vulnerabilities. Pallegina, here. There we go. I think I gave Durance a musket. Yeah, I have Durance with a big gun, too.
I'm here.
And now Durance can do Interdiction, which I believe this frightens. Oh, it dazes all of them, so that should be good. If you can get that off. Okay. And we'll do Holy Radiance next. Aloth should do... Did he get that off? I think he... Yeah, he got exposed vulnerabilities off. So then we'll do missiles.
I'm here.
I myself will cast Holy Radiance. And Pallegina do Sworn Enemy on Nyrid. Oh wow, that just like insta-killed him. Stop. Nyrid staggers back, holding a bloody hand in front of him. I give up. Just leave and I'll go peacefully, alright? Too late. Jesus Christ. You were not kidding about that, that Sworn Enemy buff. That's crazy.
How may I help?
What?
Apparently there's like a random line that can be said by NPCs about a dealer in Defiance Bay. Oh, interesting. Okay, Nyrad's Grimoire. We'll go there. Everything else in the chest.
I'm here.
An imposter? Yeah, there's an imposter among us. Are we missing someone? Oh, Grieving Mother.
I'm here.
Does this count towards Pillars of Eternity 2, this quest? I don't think this quest has anything to do with Pillars 2. It's just like a side quest. But we're looking for XP. So, in that sense, it's worth our time.
Hi?
I'm here.
Wow. They just annihilated him. Really good stuff, too. Maybe we give Durance a shield. Maybe that's what he needs. I honestly just don't know how to build Durance, I think. But I'm just going to continue to make fun of him. Like, maybe he just needs a shield. Oh, you can't do a shield and a rod. Damn. I guess the 8 deflection's not really worth it. I'd rather him be doing damage, you know? Whatever. Don't care.
I'm here.
Yeah, that's this whole quest is not very important. No. If it was important, I'd be reading it out loud and telling you about it. Hey, it's Pernisk. Pernisk. Man lies bound and bloodied on the floor before you. His face is a tapestry of bruises, and blood is spattered across several corners of the room. The man cringes and sobs as you approach. Gods, please. Please no more. I can't take any more. The man pauses, gazing up at you. You're not? Oh, praise Bareth. You're not one of his men, are you? Please, I don't know who you are, but my name is Pernisk. This is my house. You have to help me. Then who was that downstairs? An imposter. Some wizard named Nyrad. He came into my house, tied me up in here, tortured me, and now he and his men are eating my food, breaking my things, selling svef inside my own house. They say, this would be a lot easier if you weren't trying to hide something. Pernisk looks away, unable to meet your gaze. I may have hung on to a tiny portion of my supplier's share, but I needed the money. So you're a svef dealer. Pernisk winces. Look, I know it's not the best line of work, especially with all that's happened, but it pays well. Very, very well. And, well, people want the stuff, don't they? Is it worth all this? Losing Kenra? I have to. I'm sorry. I don't have any other trade. Nothing that's going to support us. Someday I'll get out of the business, when we don't need it anymore. If you think I'm going to help out scum like you, you're sorely mistaken. So you'll let the scum downstairs murder me instead? Just my luck. That's not what I said. Okay, I just told him that Nyrad's gone. Yeah, whatever. I'm still gonna loot your house though, bro.
Nothing is closed to the perceptive mind.
Hey, it's
what you
Svef.
ask is done.
And that shit. Okay, one quest down in Copper Lane. We're decently on our way there. I mean, for having just leveled up, we have a lot of XP saved up, so that's good. Laura, what do you have, Laura?
Greetings.
Oh yeah, we can buy that dagger. We'll buy the
Well
dagger.
met, friend.
Oh no, Igram. Right here?
Hail, traveler.
Nope.
Hail,
Honestly,
traveler.
I should be selling stuff. Hold up. Need to get rid of some of this. Can you shift click stuff in this game? Can't remember. Like to get a big group of it? You just have to do this one by one. Ah, there it is. Oh, I don't know what that did. Those I don't need. Those I don't need. Cool. 10,000 copper now. These guys are robbing this house. That's this quest. Again, try to go quick. Oh, wow. Holy shit. We just annihilated that guy. My god. This is not fair. Did Pallegina just do 4 damage? It's not very good. Whatever. Okay. Our contact inside Raymont Manor will leave a second-story window ajar. He's confirmed the location of the heart of the White March in a hidden chamber. Get your crew together and head to Brackenbury before Lord Raymont moves the jewel. A.D.
Of course. I'm here.
Nothing is closed to the perceptive mind.
Book on House Domino. Maybe we'll read that at some point.
Something here calls to me.
Nice. Trap disarmed. Shit in here. And a book on Dunreed Row. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe one day I'll do like a book reading for this game. If people would be interested in that. Because there's just not a lot of lore on this game, man. Not a lot of lore like on YouTube, I mean. Okay, tell someone about the plot. I'm guessing we can just tell like a guard, right? Or, no, these mercenaries wouldn't care. This Justiciar, maybe?
Good day to you.
No one really cares. I mean, I know who we can tell about this, but I thought we could just tell, like, a normal person. If you made a lore video, what would you make it of? Well, I do have a lore video already, actually, on Pillars. I made it on the Saints' War, and I'm pretty happy about it. I think it's a really good video. I've been thinking about remaking it, though, with my new mic. That way it'll have better audio, and I can redo some of the visuals in it as well. Plus, it would make sense for for Avowed coming out soon to have a more updated version of that video. Dunreed Scion. Yeah, well, let's go back to Cadnua. We haven't been there in a while. And we've got something we need to do in Black Meadow, I think? Or Easternwood.
It's very nice. We're not sleeping here, are we?
Where do we find the Dunreed Scion? Suppose it doesn't matter. Whispers of Yenwood. Forgot that this is just over here. I guess we could give it to Pallegina. Give her a shield, make her more tanky, but I kind of like the sheer amount of damage that she's outputting.
It's very nice. We're not sleeping here, are we?
Dareloth,
At once.
be nice, dude. Godlike lore, because you'll be a new one in Avowed. Yeah, I mean, I do really want to, like, branch into more Pillars lore. It's something I've been meaning to do on the channel for a long time. It's just like, I don't know. Haven't really had a topic that's caught my interest to make a video on, I guess. We have a messenger. Oh, that's for the thing. We'll do that later. Right there. I think that's where we want to be.
Not a sound.
Okay, wrong one. There it is. Right? What?
Keeping an eye out.
I thought that was the thing. Did I not pick up the quest? Man. Yeah, the goddamn, you got the goddamn... How's it going, Aaron? Okay, I guess we have stuff we can do in Copper Lane. Ugh. Drug trade beating my ass recently. I could imagine, bro. Needs a thing, right? Yeah, that's the best way to describe it, really. Okay, Pernisk was being impersonated by a powerful wizard, however the real Pernisk also deals Svef. Pernisk, my Pernisk is a Svef dealer? If I didn't know you for an honest man. Okay, yeah. He needs help and forgiveness right now. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, honestly, quests like that, it's just not very important. The Unwavering Resolve, though, I mean, that's pretty cool. +2 Intellect, +1 Resolve. That feels like an Dareloth item. Give that to him.
I'm here.
Ooh, Skulls of the Mother. Do I have to be... No, I can be here. So we can assign people to do these quests that pop up at Cadno every once in a while, so... this will give 15% experience, and then an item, and then some treasure. So we'll have... We'll have Kanarua go on that little quest for us. Emil Palladino, yeah. And what next? What other quest do we have? Scrivener's Dormitory in Copper Lane. Is that over here? It's such a long walk, man. All of Revealed Mysteries. Oh, Scrivener's Dormitory. Okay. Oh, I don't remember this place, to be honest with you. Looking for Vienna? Not in there. Okay, I guess we'll talk to the named NPC.
Good day, stranger.
By Wall's eyeless face, you are one short ogre. But why are you green? And how are you getting the ducks to keep flying around you like that? Let me guess. You smoked a lot of white leaf, or did you get your hands on some snowcap? He claps his hands and laughs. Snowcap. Snowcap. So few people know snowcap, much less ogres. He beams at you and nods his head. I'm looking for Viana. I like Viana. She's always talking about metal men, which is strange since I'm pretty sure she doesn't eat snowcap. His brow winkles. I don't talk about metal men either, and I do eat snowcap. Huh. Anyway, she's not here right now. Flew away to Andra's gift to meet her friend Bessia. No, Clessia. Yeah, Clessia. Clessia's the friend she's gone to meet. In Andra's gift. In a house, not a boat. North house. Empty house. Andra's gift has a lot of boats. We should go rowing sometime. Okay. Kana is hard for me to take seriously because it means chicken in Finnish. Oh, does it really? Chicken Rua. Okay, I'm gonna go double check here because I don't think I picked up this quest. Somehow.
Well met, friend. Greetings.
No, I guess we do have the quest. Okay. North house. This one. Nope. This one. Nope. This one. Dadwina. As you enter the room, you see several figures huddled together. They stand at attention, armed, but not in matched gear like the Crucible Knights. At the center of the group, one woman looms over another holding a flail. She snarls at the cowering figure. You got pages of research here. You expect me to believe this was just your scratch work? It's nothing, I promise. Just my notes. You hear a painful smack as the woman backhands her captive. We know you were meeting with the Crucible Knights. You think they're the only ones with power in this city? They call us the Dozens for a reason. Now I won't ask you again. At a nudge from one of her men, the woman turns and sees you watching. Her eyes narrow. You shouldn't be here. Leave her alone. She raises her flail and rushes you.
How may I help?
We don't have any third level spells. Damn.
I'm here.
Let's go for... We're going to have Durance do his usual buffing of everybody. I'll have a Dare run in and target Dadwina, I think.
I'm here.
I'll do a Pillar of Faith on this guy. Grieving Mother should just shoot somebody. Although I guess we could do Mind Blades. That one wouldn't be too bad.
I'm ready.
Pallegina, just do Sworn Enemy on her. And actually that way Adair can just focus on knocking this guy down.
Aye?
And then we'll have Aloth, I don't know, plan for like there. Or there. Wow, look at that. There's a lot of damage. Yeah, Grieving Mother, you should just... I think she missed. Maybe shoot her. Aloth, shoot her. Adair, knock them down.
Yes.
Radiance. Durance can do Holy Radiance as well. I think Grieving Mother missed again. She missed again.
I'm here.
Easy. Why is there a elk? Viana's face is covered in bruises and her eyes are wide with shock and relief. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Rapid hitching breaths punctuate her words. I was sure they were going to kill me. She wipes a tear from her cheek, wincing as her knuckle grazes a bruise. What just happened here? I thought I was coming in here to meet my, friend from the Republics. It looked like I walked into a trap. She shakes her head. The Dozens have been watching me for a while. I've been working on a special project for the Crucible Knights, and they weren't exactly subtle about contacting me. Okay, about this project. It deals with a rather rare branch of animancy. No offense, but I probably shouldn't get too specific without Commander Cliver's permission. He commissioned it after all. And you can see the trouble a little indiscretion has gotten me into. Commander Cliver of the Crucible Knights is waiting on my research. Now that you haven't, or not that you haven't already done a lot for me, but maybe you could take it to him. I'd kept it with me to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, but you can see how well that worked out. She took it from me when I arrived. Anyhow, don't wait on me. I can make my own way out of here. Sure.
Absolutely.
Well, looks like we got a new breastplate. Wherever I just put that. Oh, that's... Oh, wait. That's not even better. Yeah, that's actually worse. Properties. Speed, range deflection bonus. +1 move speed, +10 deflection against ranged attacks specifically. Recovery speed at 15 is terrible. I really was thinking about putting it on Durance, but it's going to make it so hard for him to take actions then. I think the robe is fine.
I'm here.
I think, like I said at the beginning of this playthrough too, like we'll be able to beat the game no matter what we really do, because we're just on normal mode, but still. It's not going to be as easy.
Do you still have family living in the Deerwood, Adair?
No, not these days. Parents left the country years back during the purges. I think about them a lot.
It's a shame you and your family suffered, even after the Saints' War ended. You Deerwoodans certainly have a knack for holding on to old grudges.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll go back to first fires, turn this in. I went to the wrong guy. Oops. Okay, something else on your mind? I'm going to give him Viana's research. I think this is what you've been looking for.
That's what Cleaver's been looking for anyway. If you found it, I guess I've got to start.
You don't sound too happy about this. I'm not, and I made it clear to Cleaver that this is a mistake. Trying to harness souls like this, it's a crime against the gods, and it's bound to earn us more trouble than it saves. But Cleaver's given me his orders, so I've got to build these things as best as I can. Anyway, Cleaver told me I'm to sell you any arms or armor you might want, and you won't find better anywhere in Defiance Bay. I can promise you that.
To see if that Valian was worth all that blood and copper. I'll be damned. To be honest, even I wasn't expecting it to work this well. Back to it. Cleaver will want me to finish the rest of them. And it sounded like he has a job for you, too.
Alright, what are you selling, buddy? Fine plate mail. 14 DR. Forge Master's gloves. Shot in Faith. Oh, it casts Consecrated Ground when you get hit by a crit. That seems pretty damn good, actually. Back, your second favorite thing about Pallegina's sworn enemy is that she starts shouting Valiant swearing when using that ability. It's a really good ability. I killed somebody super quick with it the other combat. The White Spire. Unique S-Stock. We don't really have anybody using piercing weapons. Unless that's considered a greatsword. But I don't think it is. No. Which makes sense. We'll sell more stuff to him. Oh, I forgot I have all this shit in here too. Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, I think Cleaver's got something else for us after this.
Dunstan will complete the first squad of Forge Knights in no time. Now the High Justice will want to have his Forge Masters at Fleetbreaker Castle create more. I've made a copy of Viana's research, and the High Justice has sent a courier to Anslog's Compass to retrieve it. The dozens have gotten too active for the courier to come to Defiance Bay. And after Viana's kidnapping, we've got to assume they know about our plans. That's why I'm sending you to deliver the research. You shouldn't be recognizable to the dozens. Yet.
Yet. Now there's a revealing word. But after this, I expect they'll learn of your association with us, and they won't be too happy about it. Neither will the Dominels. They're trying to expand the family business, and they resent us for standing in the way. I need someone I can trust, and you've proven your integrity both in my service and in Defiance Bay.
Anslog's Compass is a small lagoon just north of Defiance Bay. Your contact will be a commander named Arenroad. She'll meet you by the docks. Return to me when you've finished. The High Justice has made the expansion of the Forge Knights his top priority, which means it's mine as well.
Sure.
Your own father sold you to the Brotherhood?
He hated me anyway. I was glad to be gone. The Dukes are my parents now. The Republics, my children.
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Maybe rest for some bonuses? You can't use the money argument anymore? True. I could go rest.
Good day to you.
Okay, you carry whispers. Cadnua, Gilded Veil. Old voices indeed. How'd you know? As a cipher, it's my job to know these things. You carry the whiff of ancients.
His ears twitch downward.
Not as much as I would like, unfortunately. My duties for Lady Webb require me to focus my talents elsewhere. What brings you to Dunreed Row?
Looks as though you could use some help. Okay, supposed to be working on matters. Okay. I'm just gonna grab this quest. Again, it's kind of a... It's not the most important one. So we'll grab this, we'll do some talking. Yeah, I mean, I could rest, but we're just going to be talking to people for like 20 minutes here. So I don't really need to do a whole lot. I remember... Yeah, this is the first one.
Well met, friend.
It's 3 missing people. Gotta go fast. Not in here. I want to say there's some guy in here that we can talk to about this quest. This guy? Salty Mast. Okay, gotcha. We'll head down to the Salty Mast then. It's really odd to me that I have a point in being deceptive. I don't know where that came from. Yeah, there are quests we can do down here. Grab his purse and go. Okay, we help him up. Thank you. My head. Can't believe they just attacked you in the middle of the street. Neither can I. He slowly stretches out one leg, glancing at his scraped knee. It's a rough part of town, but the rabble's never been violent. Even a night with, Ikali isn't worth this.
Nothing like this in Gilded Vale. Just Wallaruna the milkmaid. She knew what she was doing.
Fried cod, watered ale, and prostitution. A bastion of Deerwooden culture.
This place, it stills your mind and distracts you.
Now to find a home for my other staff.
You dog.
Welcome.
I don't see many outfitted like you who aren't looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you? What kind of trouble are you having? A frown ripples across her blue facial markings. The kind that's bad for business. Local rowdies have taken to harassing my hard-working boys and girls, and our customers. They started showing up after this rash of Hollowborn, and they've been driving my regulars away. She looks you up and down, scratching her chin. There aren't too many who care about what happens in the place, or in places like the Gift, but word is you're an exception. The knights are too busy sniffing around Duke Avar to bother with us commoners, and I'd just as soon not deal with their bureaucracy anyway. No one should be harassed. I'll put an end to this. Tell me how I can help. Yeah, we gotta stay in line with Aethys. Yeah, least horny RPG character. That's Durance. Maya draws you closer. These thugs tend to roam in groups, which suggests to me that these aren't random incidents. You put a stop to these attacks, and I'll find a real nice way to thank you. You got me? If she means to bake us something, my vote's for cookies. I've got questions. Yeah, I don't actually have questions. Just confront the thugs. I'm pretty sure they're just like right up here. They're in a house somewhere nearby. Just kick the shit out of them. Yeah, they're right here. What have we here? Another tourist in the Gift? He nods to his shifty-eyed companions. Let's give him a proper welcome. Yeah, let's talk this through, fellas. He draws a sharpened blade and smiles. I'm afraid you're missing the point, friend.
How may I help?
Okay.
I'm here.
We'll do the usual.
What?
Durance. Oops. You buff everybody. Adair, you go knock one of them down.
I'm ready.
Palagina, you just kill somebody with that ability.
Aye?
Adair, or not Adair. Aloth will
Your
wait
thoughts must flow deeply
until they
indeed.
move. Grieving Mother, you do
I'm
that.
here.
I guess I'll just march forward. Yeah, that's a crazy ability. Oh, I didn't realize there were so many of them still alive.
Your
My bad.
thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Oops.
Your will, Watcher. Yes.
I'm here.
Hardest quest in the game. Walk outside and kill somebody.
Hail and well met.
Oh. Is that not... Is that not the end of the quest? Find and confront the thug... I thought I just did that. Oh, there's another house. That's right. That's why I was remembering them being in a house. And the house is like right up here, right? Yeah. No. Oh, this quest. I'll help you out. Okay. Her eyes widen. The old woman looks like she hasn't slept in days. Her hair is a rat's nest of tangles, and her eyes are lined with shadows. She casts an anxious glance at the door. Her eyes widen, somewhere between hope and apprehension. Are you here about Darren? No, but if it's something I can help with, I will. It's my son. His father, Wade, took him fishing 2 days ago, and I haven't seen them since. The neighbors are no help, and the city watch hardly bothers with the gift these days. I'll be out on the docks and looking myself, but I can't leave the baby. Or I'd be out on the docks and looking myself, but I can't leave the baby. Her eyes wander to a crib, and she lowers her voice. I don't dare take a hollow-born out, what with the violence near the brothel. Grieving mother, I feel her misery, her pain. Her mind brims with it. You have a hollow-born baby? Wydwin's legacy is as potent in Defiance Bay as elsewhere. People are scared, and they're looking for someone to blame, whether it's these women at the brothel or the families of the poor babes. Of all the problems the Deerwood has, the legacy is the worst. If it doesn't get solved soon, it's going to tear the country apart. I don't approve of what goes on at Maya's place, but these attacks won't earn the gods' mercy, and it only made it harder to earn a living. Okay, yeah, I'll be back if I find anything. Brave old Darren. Okay. It's one of these houses. We'll go with this one first. Oh, Dominel Thug. You're making quite a name for yourself with the Dominels. Pity that it isn't the kind of impression you should be making. Okay. Let's run it back. Wow, Pallegina, save yourself, Jesus.
Hmm? Someone!
God damn it.
I'm here. Here.
Yep.
Hail, traveler.
Aphra wears a defiant expression and a sturdy yet battered suit of armor. She seems to bear each scratch and ding with pride. You don't look like one of the knights. Can I help you with something? I'm here about the trouble at the Salty Mast. Ordinary kith are angry, as they should be with the crooked Almaua toadying up to the nobles. She's using the tragedy of Wydwin's legacy to line her pockets. She's no better than the Adiran overlords we drove out 200 years ago. People around here know you to be an honest broker. Maya's made it so only the rich can afford her establishment, yet she sits in the poorest district of Defiance Bay. How's that fair? We've taken matters into our own hands, but she's the real criminal here. Why don't you tell her to back down? Maya might be making a fortune, but her employees aren't. You're hurting them even more. I hadn't thought of it that way. Her dulled pauldrons sag. Then I guess there's no point to this, is there? She looks at the thugs standing around her and finally nods. Tell Maya we'll leave her people alone. Should have switched on Trump's voice. Yeah, I could have done that.
Friend.
Yes?
Someone fell, the feisty bitch.
I'd be glad to.
Forget what's in this house. Brian Walker. Yeah, these are just random NPCs. I don't even think that they can do anything about us stealing. Oh, you've been caught stealing. I guess they can.
I'm here.
Didn't have the stats to do that check. That sucks. I think I've always done that check. I don't think that I've ever had a problem with it. Yeah, that's annoying.
Hail and well met.
Okay, talk to the ringleader. Leave you alone. Well, that's a welcome surprise, and one worth celebrating. Take some coppers and enjoy yourself. And if you choose to have your fun here, enjoy my special discount. Patronizing brothels isn't how I prefer to pass time, but don't let that stop you. Her eyebrows furrow in annoyance. It certainly never stopped any of my freros. A knowing grin warps her blue markings. Now, just what can I do for a strapping lad like yourself? Yeah. I mean, I guess we can rest up while we're here. The Constitution and Athletics will be good. We want to talk to the older drunkard. His robes are torn and stained with vomit. He turns his eyeless face toward you, wiping his mouth. Come for a story? His speech is slurred and his voice ragged. I told all the best stories. He slaps his chest. It's my club, anyway. What club? The Club for Refined and Prestigious Gentlemen. He prods your shoulder. Wait, if you don't know about the club, you must be... He heaves, catching at his chest. After several precarious seconds, he recovers. Where was I? Oh. You must be here about the ring. The ring. He shoves it into your hand. Have to have that to get into the lounge. They don't let just anyone in, you know. He wipes a hand on his shredded robe. It's the most exclusive club in Defiance Bay. He slaps you on the back. And whatever you do, don't tell them you're new or... He turns away, overcome by a fit of dry heaving. Best NPC in the whole game. I think there's actually a really good... Yeah, nice ring, you may enter here. So I think there's a really good blunderbuss you can get here. Is this it? The Maverick? Maybe not. I know there's some blunderbuss you can get, and blunderbusses are just like broken for ciphers. Even if their range is pretty weak. I would love to get one for Weeping Mother at some point. Don Paco's Codpiece of Vigor. See, that seems like actually pretty decent. A lot of these items seem decent.
I'm here.
I think that Cyril has a quest, doesn't she? Oh, I should have asked her about her. 11 out of 10 impression, yeah. It's fun to make up a voice for a guy like that. Talk to Wade here. Wade's eyes are red-rimmed and unfocused. He stares into a filthy mug as if searching for something. He shivers and takes another drink. I heard about Darren. Are you okay? He says, no, not at all. I was taking the boy fishing, and I just wanted to stop on the way for a drink. A quick one. So I told him to wait for me outside.
I only meant to stay a few minutes, but by the time I came out, he was gone.
At least you didn't let it get in the way of your busy drinking schedule.
He stares at his mug again and takes a quick drink.
I don't know what I'm gonna tell Oda.
Don't be so hard on yourself. You didn't mean for this to happen.
There's a lot of things I never meant to happen.
Wade turns back to his drink and takes a long gulp. To get the Cyril quest, you need to talk with a guy in a tavern in Brackenberry. Oh.
How do you do?
I know there's a guy down here. Huh.
Ollie. The man is at a table by himself, but he constantly glances at the opposite bench as if waiting for someone. He reeks of alcohol, and he moves with the torpor of someone who's gotten used to spending most of his time drunk.
This table's taken. Find another.
He spreads his elbows on the wood and pulls his drink between them. I've got questions about Lendry. His face twists into a confused scowl.
What's it to you?
We can finish his drink? I'm your new drinking buddy, and I've got questions for you. He stares at you flabbergasted.
Well, then ask away. So, what was it you were wanting with Lendry?
We're going to skip through this dialogue. Lendry's the guy that, he's also a missing person. Again, this quest doesn't really matter, and it's not that... I don't know. It's not my favorite, so we're just going to skip on past it. Oops. What is the next thing we can do? Onslaugh's compass. Okay. Well, I think that now is probably a good time for me to call it. I'm getting a little bit sleepy, and we got a pretty decent bit done today. I mean, we pretty much just did, like, a bunch of side quests and stuff, but hey, sometimes it is what it is. We progressed the main story a little bit by doing some of the lead and key stuff, but yeah, I'm going to call it there. Thank you guys, everybody who turned out for the stream. Rest of the streams are in a playlist that you should be able to find of just all my live streams. And yeah, thank you guys. Good stream, had some fun. I can feel myself crashing out now, so I'm getting kind of tired. But yeah, I will talk to you guys in the community tab and in the comments section and new videos and stuff like that and the Discord. So anyway, good hanging out, good talking with you, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out. Good night.